There it
It
is.
looks like now we're live. All right, thank you so much. Welcome to tonight's OUSD School Board meeting. It is October 14th, 2020, and I invite you all to join me in the flag salute tonight. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening, everyone, and welcome. Situating my other computer. We had a closed session just prior to this open session meeting, and let me see. We have a couple of items to report out on. We had public employee dismissal, and I'm not sure, Tiffany, if we have language around that yet. No. So we had, I'm sorry, not dismissal. I said the wrong thing.
Yeah.
Discipline. I read the first word in my yeah. So we had
Go ahead.
two public employee discipline votes. So for employee number 0027, we have moved. Jane was moved, and Thane was the second on a 1 week without pay suspension for employee number 0027. And for employee number
And the vote was 4-0.
Oh, thank you, Jane. And the vote was 4-0. Kevin is not in attendance tonight. And the public employee number 7257, we also took a vote on 1 week unpaid suspension. We had Jane with the motion and Thane seconded, and that also carried with a 4-0 vote. Other than that, there is nothing else from closed session to report out on.
Technicality, can we do a poll, please?
Oh, you mean a roll call vote?
Please.
Yes. Okay. On the first item for employee number 0027, we had Michael as an yes, Thane, yes. Do you want to hear their roll call right now, Kathy? Or just
Whichever
report
way
it?
you want to process it.
Okay, I'll just report it out then. Jane was a yes, Michael, yes, Thane, yes, and Shelley, yes. And for employee number 7257, we had Jane motioned, Thane seconded, Michael was a yes, Jane, yes, Thane, yes, and Shelley, yes. So I think that covers it.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that was all to report out from our closed session. I don't believe there are any modifications to the agenda tonight.
I'll move to approve the agenda.
Thank you, Jane.
I'll second.
Second, thank you, Michael. All in favor, Michael?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Thane?
Aye.
And Shelley, aye. So the agenda is approved. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes of September 9th, 2020?
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
Thank you, Thane and Jane. All in favor, Michael?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Thane?
Aye.
And Shelley, aye. So that passes unanimously as well. And that brings us to our OUSD Values Award, my favorite part of the night. So tonight, I welcome all these wonderful students that are here that we get to see tonight. First up, we have Kiris Everett, Sophie Massey, Eric Georgopoulos, Misha Brandt, Phoebe Dorn, and Amaya Hull. Are you guys all here? I see most of you, yeah. This group of students is the Ojai Youth Activists, and this group organized in May after the death of George Floyd and have taken the initiative to organize rallies and marches in support of Black Lives Matter and other underrepresented groups, and voices. They have also recently begun participating in the Guiding Coalition on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. They are recognized tonight for the OUSD value of creating an inclusive culture at their school. I also would like to welcome Michael and Michael. I only have your first names, Michael Weaver and Michael Scar. There you guys are, who are our Rotarians tonight. And Michael Scar is the president and Michael Weaver, the Peace Committee chair, to offer this award to these students.
And Shelley, may I, Dave Munson is here and a principal, and if he could just say a few words about this group and why they were selected, and then we will turn it over to our visiting Rotarians to this meeting. Thank you.
Of course, welcome, David. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. It's my privilege to present this month's OUSD Values Award for creating an inclusive culture to the Ojai youth activists. As mentioned, Karis, Sophie, Eric, Misha, Phoebe, and Amaya. And as Shelley mentioned, they started this group back in May in the wake of George Floyd's death. And I'm going to not say much because I think they are eloquent speakers and I think they can say it better than I can, but I'm not surprised by their efforts. This group has shown leadership qualities the past 3 years on campus, individually and collectively. And I've just been very impressed with this group of hard chargers for taking their education from the classroom out to the community. And it's an honor to be their principal, and I'm proud to call them Rangers. So I'd like to turn the mic over to them, and they can share more about what their goals are and what they've been doing since our school closed.
Or if it's all right,
So-
maybe our, do you have one person who maybe would like to speak for the group, or we can have our Rotarians go if you want to think about it for a minute? Whatever works best for you.
On behalf of every Ojai youth activist, we would sincerely like to thank you all for this award. It's an honor and a privilege. We're just truly doing what we believe is right, and we hope that with the support of the school board, we will be able to push Ojai in a direction of change and equity and diversity. So yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. And then now over to Michael and Michael.
Well, I'll lead off. I'm Michael Weaver. Let's give you a little background of how we got to these awards. Last spring, with discussions with Superintendent Morris about her plans for introducing a restorative justice program, the Rotary Club of Ojai joined with OUSD to recognize outstanding students or groups of students from two different schools each month. These students exhibited personal values consistent with the Rotary's four-way test, and we consider them as a result to be peace ambassadors to our community. Now I'll turn it over to the Rotary President, Michael Scar, to present the awards.
Thank you. Well, everyone, we just want to say on behalf of the Rotary Club of Ojai, congratulations. And we are incredibly proud of what you are doing and to keep it up. And we want to announce that there's a $100 check going to the ACLU on behalf of the Nordhoff Ojai Youth Activists, and another $100 check going to the Humane Society of Ventura County on behalf of the Miramonte Social Justice Club. And again, we are incredibly proud of what you guys are doing, and just keep up the good work.
Thank you so much.
Shelley, before we go on to the next one, I have a public comment on this item that, if it's all right, I would read right now.
Absolutely.
So this is general public comment from Tiarza Taylor, and it says, congratulations, Karis, Sophie, Eric, Misha, Phoebe, Amaya, on your recognition from the Ojai Unified School District in creating an inclusive culture through your work as the Ojai Youth Activists. Your leadership in promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion for all in the Ojai Valley is absolutely inspiring. You are extraordinary, exquisite, and talented individuals. Thank you for what you're doing to help shape our world and leading with compassion. We are so proud of you, Karis's mom and dad.
I have to say, Tiarza always has a way with words, and I will second to that. We are, as a district, so proud of you guys and very grateful for the work you're doing in this valley. Thank you all. Would any of you like to have a few words? I know Kira spoke, but if anybody else wanted the chance.
Thank you so much for recognizing us, and what we do is fun and hopeful, inspiring to many, and hopefully you can join us in the future.
Thank you, Misha.
Yeah, if you can, we have a river bottom cleanup. We're going to announce it soon. It's going to be on Saturday if you want to come clean up the community from some trash with us.
I think it's on Sunday. And yeah, same here. Thank you for the award and recognition.
Thank you, Phoebe. Thank you all for being here tonight and sharing that with us. We now also would like to recognize our students from Miramani School, Evie Cabrera, Faye Lochner, Charlotte Wagner, and Marina Wheaton. You all here. These 4th grade students formed a social justice club with a focus on animals and the environment and are recognized for the Ojai Unified School District values of environmental stewardship. And it looks like Catherine White is here tonight.
I am loving that my 4th graders are seeing these high school students, because I could very easily see these 4th graders doing the same thing you guys are doing in high school. So it's with great honor that I recognize these kids for their environmental stewardship, and they actually have planned what they would like to say to you tonight. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to them, and I believe Charlotte will begin their presentation.
CAT, or Kittens and Trees, is an organization dedicated to raising money for animals and stopping global warming. We like kittens and trees, and both of these things are in grave danger due to climate change. So we'd like you to help our only home.
After the pandemic ends, we plan to have bake sales, sell tree seeds, cat toys, and ebooks. We will also put up posters to notify people about CAT. Also, there are more members to CAT that are working hard to get this organization running. Marina's sister, Aurora, Adina, and Naomi, among others, are also members of the club, but they're not Miramon students.
The things you can do with our products are: for the cat toys, give them to your cat. For the seeds, plant them around Ojai or in your yard. For the ebooks, read them, and for the baked goods, eat them. We hope they'll be good. We also think of more ideas for our products.
The money we raise will go to the Ojai Humane Society and other organizations dedicated to helping animals and the environment. And we have more ideas to stopping global warming. Instead of driving to work, consider biking to work and turning off the lights when you leave the room. Thank you for letting us share the CAT mission.
Yay!
Thank you all so much for sharing your vision with us and your goals and aspirations once COVID is far behind us and we're back on campus. I don't know if either of our Rotarians had anything else they wanted to add.
Just that we're proud of all of you guys.
Thank you so much. And thank you all for being here, and we're very grateful.
Congratulations to all of you, and you make OUSD proud.
Yes.
Definitely. Thank you, girls.
And thank you, principals, for being here to see those great students and their achievements.
You're welcome.
We are now at our OUSD Volunteer Award.
Yes. And I was trying to see if our volunteers are on the are here tonight, and I don't believe that they are. So I will just read this about them. Our volunteers are Randy and Donna Metz from Island View T-shirt Ministry. They have donated approximately 400 brand new t-shirts to OUSD's Family Fund. So as you know, we have a clothing closet that we operate seasonally, and they have given us 400 really nice brand new shirts, and they have donated 10,000 new t-shirts to nonprofit organizations serving homeless and lower income families. So we are grateful for their support of our family fund and for the new clothing that they've helped our families to be able to pick up for the upcoming year.
Thank you very much. We are now at public comment. I believe we have a few public comments tonight, and I think that Tiffany is going to read those out. Yeah?
We do. I am going to read these out, and I'm actually, Cheryl, can you set a 3-minute timer on your phone maybe, so that because I thought I could run the Zoom and read them out and set a timer at the same time, and it turns out it would be helpful if you did that. So let me know when you're ready, and I'll start with the first one.
I am ready.
Okay, so the first public comment is from Chris Danch. I am submitting this public comment in support of Measure K. I am a native of Ojai and attended San Antonio Elementary, Matilaha Junior High, and Nordhoff High School, class of '72. While I have always been aware of the aging infrastructure of the OUSD, even during the years I attended, my participation on the EPIC 2016 7-11 committee really brought home to me the need for serious funding to make all the necessary capital improvements and repairs. As stated at the time of its passage, Measure J funding was only 1/3 of what was needed to make these improvements. While on the 7-11 committee, I toured all the elementary schools, district offices, Chaparral High School, and the Transportation Center. Much of it looked the same from the time I attended, and much of it in very poor condition. I did not tour Nordhoff High School or Matilaha Junior High, as neither site was under consideration as possible surplus property. However, I was on the water polo and swim team at Nordhoff, and the pool was in bad shape even back in 1969. At that time, it was also totally inadequate for competitive swimming and water polo. Not only does the district need a proper pool and aquatic center, the community needs a community pool. A public pool is and should be the center of public life and involvement in a community. Facilities like a community pool and a performing arts center are good examples of how a public school district expands its role and capacity as the key community institution and creates equitable opportunities for all children. I and all of my siblings and childhood friends learned to swim at a community pool in our area. While some of the opposition to Measure K seems to be conflating general operating funds and capital funds, the district needs high-quality facilities and other infrastructure to support any new programming, which could increase enrollment both from inside and outside the district. Improvements like upgraded HVAC, better windows, high-efficiency lighting, solar, and other improvements will in time pay for themselves in reducing operating costs and an improved student experience. The capital improvements under Measure J and hopefully Measure K are the needed first steps to rebuilding and reinvigorating the district. And I have another one from Annette Mendoza-McCoy. Are you ready, Cheryl? Mm-hmm. Good evening. My name is Annette Mendoza-McCoy, Umano Apache, parent of 2 students in your district. I'm wanting to bring up 2 separate incidents of concern regarding misrepresentation and misinformation of Native peoples in the school district's curriculum. The first incident involved by older children last school year while school was still in session. She was in her environmental studies class touring the adjacent meadow with a specialist guide, Caucasian male, who was sharing knowledge of the indigenous plant species. When he arrived at the white sage plant, my daughter overheard him stating that the Chumash sometimes used white sage as a love potion. My daughter questioned him, asking where he learned that from, as she had been amongst Cal Native and intertribal groups all her life and never heard this about the commonly known native plant species. This species is in fact currently on threatened status, one step below endangered from overharvesting, especially in our local regions. Both my daughter and I shared this experience with our local Chumash elders, including Julie Tooley, Jeanette Acosta, and others who were saddened in expression to hear my daughter's experience. And one common response was, how embarrassing. The second incident occurred last week when I was reviewing my son's second grade history curriculum sent home, which I can submit for viewing. While there were several depictions and statements simply perpetuating stereotypes, there were other statements that were simply untrue and false. For example, the Pilgrims and the American Indians had different ways of living. It was not always easy to share the land. Sometimes they fought. American Indians no longer gathered food or just went hunting. They began to trade for food and grow crops. As more and more people came, things changed for the American Indians. They had to move from their homes. This is not the first time I've raised these concerns in the district. In 2014, when my daughter was in her 4th grade history, I spoke of my upset regarding misinformation printed in curriculum and sent home about the Mission Indians. I've been in Mrs. Knox's office sharing these concerns, offering helpful Native resources and volunteer time to assist teaching staff to upgrade the 4th grade history curriculum, and offered several times to review the school-aged curriculum as it pertains to the history of Native people to make sure these misrepresenting or misinformation was not continuing. I'm deeply disheartened that it still is. My request is to have this topic be added to next month's board meeting agenda so that this concern can be up for discussion more fully and so we can continue to put our heads together, put in the correction efforts, have a plan for how the ethnic studies module on Native is going to be vetted or presented, as well as a plan to revisit the narratives that we are using in our district regarding Native peoples, their history, and their culture. Thank you for the consideration. I believe, I'll just double check that those are the only ones about, those are only general public comments.
I'm sorry, Tiffany, are you checking or is that?
Those were the only ones.
Those are the only ones. Okay. And just a reminder for the public that the general public comments are often not related to agenda items, and therefore the board is not allowed to discuss or deliberate those items, but we can bring them back in future agendas. We move now to the introduction of our Student Advisory Council. I believe Jane, searching my screen, there you are.
Hello. So we actually, this is a new school year, so we do have new members of our Student Advisory Council. And this year we have 2 seniors, 2 juniors, and 2 sophomores. We have yet to receive application from freshman class, but we are going to make attempts to reach out to them now that hopefully we kind of felt like the start of the school year, they weren't sure how hard school was going to be, how much time they had on their hands. And so we're going to make a call out to them to maybe by Halloween reach out to us, and we could have 2 representatives from the freshman class as well. So I'm going to do a quick introduction of the seniors and then let them tell you a little bit about themselves, and then I'll introduce the next group after that. So our senior representatives are Colby Fink and Sophie Massey.
Welcome, you guys. It's good to see your faces again.
Colby, do you want to just remind us who you are?
Yeah, okay. Hi, I'm Colby Fink. I am a senior, like Jane said. I was a student board member as a junior, so last year. I'm also on the CSBMA, which is the California Student Board Member Association, along with Ella Ruff, who's actually the treasurer, which is very cool to see someone from our district on the executive board of that association. I'm a part of many clubs and many sports teams, and the reason that I like being on the Student Advisory Council is because I enjoy helping people and problem solving, and I think that being a student board member and being this bridge from our student body to this board, I can do that. So I find it very interesting.
Hi, I'm Sophie Massey. As Jane said as well, I'm a senior this year. I was also on Student Advisory Council last year, along with Colby as the junior representative. And I have been previously involved in lots of performing arts, and hopefully will continue that involvement, pandemic permitting. And I've also been very involved in politics and social justice. I'm involved in Ojai Youth Activists. I hope to continue both political pursuits as well as performing arts pursuits going into university and higher education and career opportunities.
Great. Our junior reps are Sophia Moreno Boyd Barrett, who unfortunately wasn't able to join us this evening, and then Elizabeth Rosales. Elizabeth?
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Rosales. I am the junior representative for the junior class. I am very well involved in music and sports on Nordhoff. I'm also, you may know me from Mariachi Ojai, a small mariachi group with other students. Yeah, I'm just very involved with sports. I do cross country, I do band, and I hope to continue to study politics and become a lawyer and maybe apprentice under my aunt in Mexico.
And you brought a friend with you, I see.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Our sophomore representatives are Emily Michi and Ella Ruff. Emily?
Hi, my name is Emily Michi. I'm a sophomore. My mom's a first grade teacher in the district. Outside of school, I love skiing, camping, hiking, rock climbing, basically anything that allows me to be outdoors. I really enjoy the academics. I love mock trial, and I hope to be a federal prosecutor one day. I wanted to join the Student Advisory Council for the obvious reasons of helping my peers have their voices heard on the board. I like sharing my opinion. I believe I'm confident in sharing my opinion, and I hope to be able to do that for those who aren't comfortable or aren't able. As well as sharing the opinions of my peers, I'm excited about being able to foster skills such as communication, leadership, and public speaking.
Ella?
Hi, I'm Ella Ruff. This is my second year on Student Advisory Council. Like Colby said, I am also part of CSBMA, and CSBMA is a really new organization that's student-led and student-founded. And I am the treasurer, and last year, I think I was kind of getting my bearings and my footing, but after just experiencing helping people and being able to be in a position to communicate their opinions, I'm really excited for this year and really excited for the opportunity to be able to kind of bring our student body and our community to the board and kind of bring their opinions out. Yeah.
Ella, can I ask you a quick question since you're the treasurer? Is this a nonprofit group that people can donate to and you want to give a plug to, or is this state funded?
So right now we're in the process of becoming a nonprofit. Like I said, we're like super new. So I'll let you guys know about any new things, but yeah, okay. It's pretty cool. Yeah.
Thanks.
So your actual comments, Ella, lead us right into, we have had 2 meetings so far, and we just sort of had a general open house. Let's talk about some things that you'd love to see. And I just was hoping that you guys could take a moment or two to just share some of your thoughts, because I think they're really amazing. And I think it's important for people in the Valley to realize how amazing our students are at Nordhoff and where your thoughts are. So who wants to take the lead?
I'll start. Of all of our discussion topics from our recent 2 meetings, mental health has definitely been our greatest concern. I think we can all agree that mental health is an extremely pressing issue, especially with the lack of social interaction due to COVID. In order to determine what we can do as students to help combat this issue and help our peers feel better, we wanted to send anonymous mental health surveys. And while we do understand that the district has sent these surveys out, they have come from adults. And we believe that our peers would be more comfortable sharing their concerns, their suggestions with peers who may have gone through something similar. And I think the most important thing for students to realize about these surveys is that they are student written and student read. These mental health surveys will consist of multiple types of questions regarding stress levels, anxiety, peer pressure, etc. And although we do want to know how students are feeling in regards to these topics, we also want to know why. We want to know what we can do to help people resolve these issues. And I understand that at the elementary schools, teachers use tools such as the breathing tool, the quiet, safe place tool, and the garbage can. And these are extremely effective tools, but they're obviously geared toward the younger students. So through our mental health surveys, we're hoping to gather information about what we can do to create tools that are similar to this, have the same effect, but are geared toward the upperclassmen.
And I just wanted to go after Emily because this is kind of something that's pretty important that we also talked about was mental health days, which are going to be included in the survey. In Oregon and Utah, excused absences for mental health days have become a statewide initiative. And one of the president of CSBMA, one of his best friends committed suicide over quarantine. And he's been really prominent, and he's been trying really hard to get mental health days for his school district because he thought it was really important, and he actually did. So I think that's something that we were going to ask the students about how they would feel about having excused absences for mental health days. So that's kind of important too, that we're going to have in the survey.
Yeah, kind of going along with the topic of mental health, to kind of promote more mental health awareness. We also wanted to provide students an outlet to send us anonymous concerns regarding either mental health or school, just in general. And this idea kind of came off of the Dear Abby newspaper column, where people could send in anonymous concerns and then she would respond. And so we had an idea where the Student Advisory Council would act as Abby in this situation, and we could respond to these anonymous concerns or questions either directly or if we think they go into a bigger picture, we could relay them to the board. And that could be another way for students to anonymously connect to other students.
Have you guys talked at all with Janine Murphy? I think that it sounds like there's some great ideas that you have, and I think she would be a great resource on what things can be done and bounce ideas off of and discuss them to bring them to fruition. Do you know who she is?
Yeah, I think that would be a great idea. Maybe we can email her and ask to join our next meeting, maybe. That would be good.
Great idea. Elizabeth, I think you wanted to share something also?
Yes, I wanted to bring up sexual abuse education, especially right now throughout our pandemic situation, to ensure that district staff are aware of their continued responsibility as mandated reporters during these conditions, and that they are trained to recognize signs of abuse and neglect of children, and to make an extra effort with students who have had a history of emotional, sexual, or physical abuse and have struggled with mental health before, check in with them more, and more education or ongoing education about sexual abuse, even to elementary, because many elementary students are not taught that and sadly are put in such situations at a young age.
And I think, Elizabeth, you said you had a cousin in another district who at elementary school there was some kind of a movie that was shown or something to sort of, for students to sort of go, oh, I didn't know what what should I do if this happens, or something you were hoping to talk, point to move forward to speak to somebody in the district about bringing that movie to our school. Yes?
Yes, it was actually a presentation by therapy, like a family services group. I did not see it as I was already in Matilda. My younger sister may have seen it or not, but after a certain incident regarding 2 children came out at my school, steps were taken by parents to ensure that more children were able to learn the effects and what child abuse and sexual abuse was, because many children, such as myself and other students, do not learn at all up until this point in my education. I have not learned anything about sexual abuse.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for sharing that. That's a very vulnerable topic to bring up in such a public forum, and I really appreciate you having the courage to do that. Thank you.
I just want to.
Sorry, Michael, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I don't think I can think of a compliment that's high enough for what we heard tonight. For a program that started as a student sitting at our dais talking about what dances were going to be happening, to you young people taking ownership for the culture that you live in and making the changes that are necessary. I can barely get this out without my heart blowing up. I'm so proud of you. I'm so pleased with okay, I'm just going to say it, OUSD, who taught you that I just, and Jane creating this program where it has morphed is just amazing to me. And I just can't wait to see what you're going to do next.
Anything else? Anybody wanted to share, Colby or?
Yeah, so this topic's not as deep as the other ones, but it is a problem within our district. Many of the Chromebooks that are given to students are not working properly with Zoom. And it's just little things like the reaction, like the little claps, the ones you guys keep doing, the claps and the thumbs up, that those are not available to some Chromebooks. A couple of my friends actually have that problem. And also just children getting booted out of the Zoom and then having to rejoin multiple times. But it is nice. I've heard that people are able to exchange these Chromebooks that are incompatible with Zoom for ones that will work. So that is a good option for many people. And I think that's good that we have that. But just those small problems are causing students like a little less engagement in their class. But I know that there are many Chromebooks that are working fine. So I think if we worked to move those numbers up to higher and more compatible Chromebooks, it would be very beneficial to those students who are having difficulties.
Thanks, Colby.
Thank you guys so much. Kevin had taken over and met at the last meeting because we're trying to now rotate board members that meet with you guys. And I don't believe, was there anything on the rest of our agenda that one of you wanted to stay for or mention, or I think we're just doing the introduction tonight, right? Okay.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Okay, so thank you all so much for coming and for running. Please share or try to find us some freshmen. And if you're a parent who's watching and you have a freshman who might be interested in applying, they can write to me at jwile@ohiusd.org or reach out to your principal and they can help you.
Thank you, Jane. I will agree with what Michael said. We're so grateful that you brought this program to fruition, and it's doing pretty amazing things in this district. So thanks.
If I might go backwards for just a moment,
Yeah.
we put our volunteer join us, or that we were honoring tonight. And so I just wanted to introduce Randy Metz very quickly and thank him for his donation. And Randy, if you wanted to say a couple of words, you are welcome to. But you're on mute, so you would unmute yourself. There you go. Still on mute.
Oh, is he still here? I lost, oh.
Yes, now I can't see him.
His name is there. The video has been turned off, so we've lost video and audio.
Yes.
Randy, if you can hear us, we can't see or hear you yet.
Okay.
Oh, there
now
you are.
I can see you
Oh,
again. You're just
you.
on mute still. No. This is always the hard part, is the technology piece.
Is that better?
Ah, there you are. Yes.
Okay, now I can't hear you.
Oh, no.
But we can hear you.
Tell you what, I don't know if you can hear me or not, but let me just say we're honored for this recognition. As like you, we don't do it for the recognition. We do it because it needs to be done. But we hope that by advertising that we've received this recognition, that it will shine a light on your activities there and what you're doing for the people up in Ojai Valley. So just thank you for this opportunity. And I'll sign off now.
Thank you, Andy. I know you can't hear us, but we really appreciate all you have done for the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley.
And we now are at our union president's comments. So first up is Chuck, our CSEA president. Good evening, Chuck.
Good evening. Boy, what that is, Jane, great work. Thank you so much. That was awesome to follow that. Right on. Today I heard some noise. Haven't heard in a while. Last week I heard a little bit, but it was kids back at school. How exciting is that? I said, what is that? You know, and so I thank everybody for jumping in there. There's been lots of concerns and everybody working as a team at all levels. It's happening. I'm excited for that. I saw a couple of people speaking earlier, and you know, I'm old enough that I have that tattoo on the shoulder from what we called the polio vaccine. And that was one of those things that you could see the destruction that happened. And those gentlemen that spoke earlier, the whole organization has gone worldwide to deal with the fear, you know, of what was polio then as me as a kid. And so these kids nowadays, to see the fear of something that we can't see, but to understand how societies have worked together for all these years, and to see these men still honoring and recognizing kids that are working with the current events. Because when I see democracy as our education, and I hear these kids with noises, and then I hear kids coming forward with the idea of Trayvon Martin, and that is huge. That when we look at a 40-hour work week and what unions have done and where we are now, and to understand the dynamics of how people can respect each other and work together, there's so many good things that have gone on. And to hear the noises of kids at schools, for them to take the action is more than just seeing. And Jane, thank you for that. And Tiffany, thank you for your humanity to bring these things forward, to see what's happening in Ojai. And I think Mike Shanahan said it best. So for a CSEA, we were not able to endorse the Measure K or the new people running for board. There's a process involved and we didn't get it done in time. I'd like to acknowledge the Measure K, much like the public speaker did, is that with Adam and Alan, who we've continually praised publicly, there's things getting started and finished. These men understand the depth of what's going on, which is different than what we've had for a long time. But in talking to the membership, everybody's concerned about taxes, everybody's concerned about finances. And so we don't have an endorsement. We understand and we appreciate the improvements of the schools. As was said publicly, it's been for years. And I agree with Adam and Alan and the momentum that's happened through this Measure J. I could certainly see it going forward, but understanding the financial hardships that people are experiencing and expressing, we can endorse, but I would surely hate to lose the momentum that's been created under this current leadership. And I'm excited that the district has gone forward with this new redistricting on the vote, and then to see people step up for the position. That was one of the concerns, and to see that there's actually a race going on there. And I can't say without Shelley, you've contributed so much in your kindness and leadership this last year. I hope that people vote accordingly, because I thank you for what you've done in leading through this difficult time. And so one of the questions I do have with the bond as CSEA is that when we talk about what we can do with our resources and assets, I've mentioned that like the Rio School District, who had a development, all this open key, just come in and build a school, and they did. they have a relationship with the city that during these hard times has gone away. And now the school district's left holding the bag. And we have continually managed our money well. This district has done very well over the years to stay within our means, and the community has been very supportive. I'm concerned about what kind of relationship we would get into. Look, City of Ojai cherishes their trees, and in Prop 13, the first thing to go is trees, the tree program, right? And it's just money is a driver, but this community is even a bigger driver, and I understand that and appreciate that. I do have a concern. I don't want to lose the momentum. As a chapter, as a district, we, as a CSEA, I can't endorse it, but I do want to acknowledge the hard work, and where we are now is a very good position because of the momentum and the understanding of what we really need. The ultimate part of this for me with respecting each other, and I've asked that, I've heard Kevin Rupp and Mike both, Shanahan both talk about being fiduciaries of the taxpayers' money. And when I look at our district and having the one bond and how we haven't strapped this community, that we have been diligent. I just shared with Dr. Morris the idea of our local public library has struggled for many years, and there's been a bond there to keep that open, which allows us to be a city. Okay, because they are keepers of our assets. And education, books, they are our assets. And I'm also old enough to remember when TV was challenging our ability to read. And now look at how much screen time we spend, right? So all of these are part of it, because IAs, how in the heck do you be an IA with 6 hours on a screen and try and keep the student engaged? It's happening. And I just spoke with Miss Madden, our new director, and just the relationship that the teachers and the aides are doing in a time that hasn't existed before and still meeting the students' needs. To hear those voices, that's what it's all about. And to hear those kids today, to see them on screen today, right on. I think we're on track. I just want to say good things for those people that are running for the vote. I love that our community is engaged. We're not sleeping like some places are. To have 5 or 6 bonds on a community is just horrific to me, and those things are catching up with those communities. So I thank you, the board, for being responsible. Our membership is struggling as far as trying to live in a community. I don't know what the number is, but I'm going to guess 1/3 of us don't live in the Valley. I don't live in the voting area, and there's a lot of us that are that way. We're here contributing, but we don't contribute to the vote. But on behalf of all of us, I want to say thank you for what is taking place here and acknowledge and respect everybody's efforts. I'll say simply, I think 6 hours of Zoom is equal to 6 hours of prep time for that 6 hours of Zoom. And Angie, I thank your whole team for doing that, and all the tech team to support that. And like the student said there, the issues are being recognized, and technology is just all over it. Those Tech Fridays being handled. There's just so many great things taking place. I just want to acknowledge all of that and say CSEA is here. We're going to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chuck. We
Was
appreciate
that 3 minutes?
Okay, I'm going to suggest that Cheryl be the timekeeper of 3 minutes again. I think we forgot on that one, but we'll.
My agenda says 5 minutes. Are we giving them?
Oh, 5. Okay.
Oh, it does.
They're not general public comments.
That's right. I'm sorry. It's been so long since we set the timer. I forgot.
Within our 5 minutes there, Chuck. I think you did it.
Got it. My fault, Chuck.
We now welcome Angie Genesi, our OFT president.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Oh, other people are saying it's low. Can you
how about?
It's low, but yeah.
How about now? Can you hear me now? Great. I got to get rid of these little earbud things. Yeah, first of all, Cheryl, thank you for noting that it was 5 minutes. I immediately looked at my agenda to note the timekeeper in me said 5 minutes. Well, gosh, there's so, as always, I have prepared something and I will read what I've prepared, but first of all, I just want to say Colby Fink was in my kindergarten class, and it is so heartwarming to see these kids grow up and be such powerful leaders at the school and in our community. And I felt, I could cry too, Michael, because I started to when I saw them. I felt such incredible hope for our future to see these kids all step up and be a part of what needs to be done. So I'm going to just move on to what I had said, but I had to say that first. I know that all of our membership feels the same way about these kids. I'm going to go back into my youth a little bit. And in 1978, Proposition 13 passed, and my world as a student changed. The middle school I attended had many electives for us to choose from, and our class sizes were low. We also had a summer school in which many kids attended, not just for academics, but to learn how to swim, how to cook, how to dance. And Proposition 13 changed all of that in one day, one vote, and public schools have been fighting an uphill battle ever since. For 4 decades, school districts in California have experienced underinvestment and devastating cuts, causing school funding to fall behind and resulting in fewer services and resources to our students and teachers. This lack of adequate funding is a result of an inequitable tax system in which corporations and wealthy investors do not pay their fair share of property taxes. Loopholes in California's property tax system allows a fraction of major commercial and industrial properties to avoid regular reassessment. These loopholes and the tax schemes used to hide changes in ownership of properties result in millions of dollars going to corporations and wealthy investors rather than to our students, our schools, and our communities. Voting yes for Proposition 15 would go a long way in creating a vibrant and equitable school system for our state. And when passed, it won't affect you or I in any negative way. Our property taxes will not be reassessed. Renters, residential, agricultural, and small business owners whose property is worth less than $3 million are not affected by this proposition. I want you to keep in mind that 10% of the wealthiest corporate property owners will generate 92% of the revenue for Proposition 15. Experts estimate that Prop 15 will reclaim $12 billion. I'll say that again, $12 billion in property tax revenue every year, and would ensure that our schools have the resources needed to educate all of our kids and provide services to families. This proposition would invest $4 billion annually to K through 14 schools and would go a long way toward providing the world-class education our students deserve. Proposition 15 funding would be funding that is over and above the funding we currently get from Proposition 98. Finally, it's important to note that this is a schools and communities proposition. 40% of the funding will be going to school districts, 60% will be going for services needed in our communities, services such as affordable housing, parks, libraries, emergency responders, essential workers, fire prevention, and public infrastructure. I urge you, and the union urges you to vote yes on Proposition 15, because our students, you saw them tonight, they deserve it and they deserve better. Thank you.
With 18 seconds left.
Whew, I didn't even time myself.
Thank you, Angie. As one of those kids who've gone through school only entirely post Prop 13, it never ceases to amaze me when you guys say that these things used to exist in our school system in the summertime and the programs that were there. It boggles my mind. So
well, I learned to cook. I learned to cook in school. Let's put it that way.
I won't ever cook for you because I did not. I married a cook. I learned to marry a cook. So thank you, Angie. We move now to our presentation. 6.1 is School Spotlight on Summit.
You missed the superintendent's report.
Oh, gosh. I do it every time. Thank you, Jane. 5.3, we'll do the superintendent's report first.
Great. And I will actually read a public comment that came in. It's not about a particular item, but I think it's related to the other general public comment. So I would read it now from Joy Bowman, I'm sorry. It is a long time true history be brought to the student body. It seems the history regarding the First Nations people is archaic and untrue. May Ojai School District be the first to make right an ongoing injustice. I believe the students who received the award this evening will be that body of change so desperately needed. Gratitude, Joy.
Thank you, Joy. And now the superintendent's report.
Yes, and so I am going to share my screen. I'm going to start, as I always do, with our standing ovations, which are a great time. Give me one moment while I change to present mode. So tonight we have a brand new employee. I'm so excited. Ramiro was a substitute custodian for us and was hired permanently at San Antonio School in the last couple of weeks. And he had been here a short time as a substitute, and the teachers at Miners Oaks were begging to keep him, but he moved on to the permanent position. So we're so glad to have a brand new employee already receiving a standing ovation for his great work. And this is especially important right now. As you know, custodial during COVID is critical. And so we're excited to have a brand new employee. We have a standing ovation for Catherine White. Her determination never falters. I would say that is absolutely true. And we're so glad for Janelle for writing this. We have Lindsay Brousseau for taking time out of her personal life to give my child more personalized time and care, going out of her way to find activities more suitable for her daughter to keep learning fun and engaging. We have Pam Drucola. We're amazed at the level of patience, kindness, being a phenomenal teacher. I think this is true. Teaching is a hard enough job while still very rewarding, and we are doing it in an extra difficult time. And then another one from another parent for Pam for being unique, caring, sweet, and sophisticated. We have Julia Barrios, who has worked hard with his parents not to stress over all the new programs, especially Canvas. I love that. Demonstrated patience, humbleness, dedication, and hard work, and even putting in information in our time off. We have one for Stephanie Burgess, who has made this journey a great experience. We're so incredibly thankful for her teaching skills from a parent. We have one for Natalie, used to be Hay, now Nystrom, who goes above and beyond for her students from Shelby. We have one for Tina for her enthusiasm and effort every single day. I would say I've seen Tina teaching kindergarten in my walks through the ABC Club, and it is so fun and so great, and I want to sing songs too. So we're happy to have Tina. One for Mrs. Buckley for the amazing work she does with our students to share items, even if it's during Zoom lessons, giving good feedback, and helping students with their math concerns. We have one for Todd Dickey at Nordhoff, who's demonstrated real leadership in guiding students to really learn and prep for college, taking the time to explain and direct, and students want to participate. We have two for Amy and Ashley, or one for Amy and Ashley for two employees for volunteering to rearrange their schedules in order to support our SDC students return to campus, which happened on Monday. That's why Chuck was hearing our kiddos on campus. The return to SDC students was delayed because we were having trouble with training for new staff, and Amy and Ashley had the proper training and they jumped in and made it happen so our kids could come back, which we're very grateful for. And that's it for our standing ovations. And before I jump into the rest of the report, I just wanted to say thank you to Chuck and Angie. They are always very gracious in these meetings, and at risk of undermining their credibility with their leadership, I just want to say I am grateful to work with you. Not that you don't hold us accountable and do your best to support your membership, but you do so in a kind and respectful way. And I think that it's easy to work together. I genuinely care about hearing the concerns of the membership, and we do our absolute best to try and respond to everything that you bring up. And a lot of that has to do with the way in which we're able to collaborate and communicate is one in which we're always trying to get better together. And I think we would not be in the place that we are right now with distance learning without the two of you doing this work. So I just wanted to take a minute and say thank you for that. And for just in general, the collaborative approach to this, because it is tough for everyone. And so I'm glad it's tough for all of us at the same time, and we're doing it together. Okay, a few other updates I just wanted to share as we move forward into our return to campus for elementary students and our soft return to campus for our secondary students, meaning they're coming back in small groups for small activities. We just got this data today or maybe yesterday, and I know it's always a little bit behind, but I just wanted to share that we are definitely headed in the right direction. You can see that Ojai, the week of October 3rd, was in the lowest risk tier. And so I'm glad to see that. And I just wanted to share that I do monitor this every single week when it comes back to see how we are doing compared with everyone else, and to make sure that we're going in the right direction and that we've made the right decision and we can keep staff and students safe. Just a short update on our return to campus. Our special day class students started on Monday. We're very excited to have them on campus. That was a tremendous amount of work, and I'm glad that we have a phased return to campus. It helps to have small groups of students coming at once so that we can make sure that we have everything together and going well for them before we bring back additional groups of students. Our elementary return to campus is still scheduled for November 2nd. In preparation for that, we met last week. All staff were invited to meet with the Ventura County Public Health staff. They had their nursing staff there to answer staff questions. They provided some data and statistics and overview. A request after that meeting was that we continue with our classroom assessments. So David Rogers, our Director of Facilities, and myself and our principals would have scheduled classroom assessment walks next week. So we'll continue to meet with teachers who want us to come into their classroom, look at their seating arrangements, talk about anything that might need to be removed, and just generally look at every classroom to make sure that we're ready for students to return to campus. We are working on staffing and training for the health screening when students come on campus, and then making sure that we have staff for recess and breaks, because we want to make sure that when we have students out for recess that they're adequately supervised so that we can ensure social distancing. We're also looking at what does drop-off look like and how do we have staff for drop-off. Part of that will determine what the schedule is for our elementary teachers. We're continuing our stocking in every classroom of our personalized protective equipment. We'll start doing our town hall meetings next week for elementary parents with information about what it'll look like when we return to campus. Before we can do that, we need to make sure that we have the schedule settled, and I'll show you on the next slide some work that our return to campus elementary teacher committee has been working on. Once we have the schedule set, then we will start finalizing our schedule and our A and B cohorts. We asked parents at the beginning, sometime in June, they were able to select if they wanted to be on an A day or a B day cohort. No guarantees, but in general that they could have a preference. We want to try and honor those preferences, also keeping families together, and then also ensuring that students have access to services. So for example, some of our resource teachers only are on certain sites 3 days a week. So we may not, we may need to work out the A-B cohort model so that students can receive services. So that is very complicated, and we will start doing that work next week. And then after the town halls next week, we'll start providing information to families on how they can formally select their learning model. So I'll show you on the next slide, we have 3 learning models. And so everyone will default to in-person, and then families will be able to essentially sign up for full distance learning or homeschool. And so we will have that information out to families after we explain the model in the town hall meetings. So essentially, this is an overview of the work that the Return to Campus Committee is looking at for elementary. So we're trying to balance the needs of our students who are coming in person, and some in person, some distance learning. So that's our hybrid model, where you come to school in the morning and then you're doing essentially asynchronous independent work at home in the afternoon. And then we want to accommodate our families who are not comfortable returning and they want to stay on full distance learning. It will look a little bit different because our teachers can't commit the same time to distance learning that they can right now, because they'll still have in-person students to teach. And then also remaining with our families who are on homeschool, remembering that homeschool is our option for families who don't want to attend a regularly scheduled Zoom meeting every day. So it's families who need that flexibility and not a rigid schedule of when to be in Zoom and when not to be in Zoom. So in an overview, this is essentially what it is starting to shape up to look like. In the hybrid model, students will come in person for 220 minutes. It's about 4 hours. And then they'll go home in the afternoon and do asynchronous independent work. Our students who are on full distance learning will do 70 minutes of synchronous work in Zoom with their teachers. So they'll have live Zoom meetings, probably a check-in in the morning, and then some live instructional time in a block in the afternoon after the in-person students go home. And then they'll do more independent work than our hybrid students, because the teachers have less time to be doing synchronous work. So if you're in full distance learning, you'll still get live daily instruction. It just will be less time than it is now. And then our homeschool families would be expected to do 290 minutes daily of instruction on their own with guidance and assignments provided by the teachers, and still probably have a weekend check-in with a teacher for that. Any questions from the school board on this slide?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a lot. Full distance learning, those students are in classes right now currently that are distance learning. So I'm assuming they stay in with that same teacher. So these teachers are teaching hybrid. Oh, I think I just answered my question. I just had to talk it out loud.
Yeah.
That 70 minutes that the hybrid students are doing asynchronously, that's when the Zoom meetings will be held by the same teacher that they're in class with. Okay, yeah. I'm with you. I'm up to speed now. Thank you.
That's how it works.
I did have one question about the difference in the independent work between full distance and homeschooling. Is it the same? Is it different because of the different modalities, or what are we seeing in that respect?
So that's something we're still working out. It'll likely depend on how many students are in homeschool, exactly how that homeschool model works. What we're thinking right now, when we originally designed the homeschool model, it was so that you could transition back into your class at any time when they came back to in-person instruction. At this point, in order to balance our classes properly and balance our AB model, we will likely ask our homeschool families to commit to homeschool for the rest of the year. And once we know how many students are in that homeschool model, we'll be able to have a better idea of, will those students stay with their teacher? Will they have one teacher assigned to them? What will that look like? But at this point, we're not sure how many that will be. So we'll ask for commitment there. If you want to transition from full distance learning back to a hybrid model, at any point you would pick distance learning. So homeschool will be kind of a lock, but you can move in between distance learning and hybrid when you would like to, basically, provided we have room.
Thank you.
But we should have enough room because we have the classes split in half, right? It just might be that you have to be on an A day or B day, depending on where there's room, I guess is what I'm saying.
Thank you.
Okay. So in the secondary world, we are working on a plan at each site to bring back the kind of soft return to campus, as I mentioned. We are working on right now, tutoring is our first priority, but we're seeing clubs and things like that start to come back to campus in limited forms. At Matilaha, we have 37 students who are getting individual tutoring. They may be in what we call the Scholars Club model, or they may just be meeting with individual teachers during the teacher's student support time. At Nordhoff, we have reached out to parents of students who are failing classes, who are not being successful. Generally, right now, we're looking at 2 out of 3 classes. That's what gets you on our first cut of tutoring services, and then we'll start expanding that as we have expanded room in the program. So we are doing a couple of things. In Canvas, you can have this thing called a parent observer account. It requires your student to log in and send you a code. And in some cases, I know this is hard to believe, our high school students have not done that. They have not sent their parents that code. And so the first thing that we did is we created codes, and we called all the parents of the students who were not being successful, and we sent them the codes and said, here's the code that you need to create your parent observer account. And many of them were very grateful to be able to see what's happening in their students' Canvas world. So that was a big step, that some new learning for us. We hadn't experienced that before, but that was a great outcome that came from the high school staff. So I want to congratulate them for thinking of that. And then we shared that at the middle school, and they're doing the same thing. And then we are talking to those parents and inviting those students in for peer tutoring. And so we have 17 peer tutors, and we're working on a 1-to-1 peer tutoring. And we have time set up in the library that can be done through Zoom. If it's an access issue, we have library time so that we can make sure that our students have all the resources that they need to be successful. So at both Matilaha and Nordhoff, we are reaching out individual student by student to see how we can assist students who are not being successful in distance learning.
Question, Tiffany.
Yes.
We have 17 tutors.
Mhm.
Do we know how many people are signing up to be tutored? Is 17 enough? Too many?
17 is enough right now. I think we are just starting this because we just had the quarter, I believe, or just the quarters around now. And so right now, I think we have 5 students who have attended this week, and we're continuing to reach out to families to fill all of the slots that we have available.
Cool.
And at some point, if we need additional adults or teachers, we are working on a plan for that as well.
Cool, thank you.
So Tiffany, this does seem to reflect to me that we are doing better in the fall than we did in the spring, because there was something like 100 families or 70 families at Matilaha that were struggling in the spring, right?
Yeah, I think we ended up with 23 at the end of the day. So at some point I gave a report, and then we were able to track down those families. But absolutely, we are, I think it is night and day between our crisis response of the spring and our planned response of the fall. And we are very thoughtful in our reaching out to and support of the students who are struggling. In fact, we have a family that is currently homeless. The students lost their Chromebooks. They, through a series of events, and they were doing their work on a phone. And so we just drove, I think, 4 hours round trip wherever they are right now to give them Chromebooks so that they do not fall behind in school. So we are like really tracking student by student what they need to be successful.
That's good to hear. Actually, I think that's what people hope from us, right? Is that level of individualized concern. So I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah, and I would just thank Linda Jordan for working on that and taking the afternoon to do that and serve that family. So I just wanted to share one more thing with you. This was an article that was in an online magazine, Food Management, and I was very proud of this. Scratch Cooking Against the Odds in Ojai, California. So this is I believe, a national magazine. We're super excited to see Frances in this article quoted throughout. And I wanted to share this quote from a parent. I just thought it was pretty great. The recipes are introducing our child to new foods and cueing us to the things we can do at home that he likes, and it helps our family budget too. So I'm very excited. If you follow us on Facebook, you'll see the great meals. Today there was this amazing salad that I wish I had eaten instead of gummy bears that we're handing out at our schools. And I bring this up specifically because we just found out that the federal government has extended the free meals service through this entire school year. So at first, when we started the school year, they hadn't extended it at all. Then they extended it through December 31st, and now it is extended through the entire school year. So we are grateful to be able to provide these meals to any families. Even if you don't attend Ojai Unified School District, you can pick up meals for 2 days on Monday and 3 days on Wednesday, all scratch cooked at any of our, well, at most of our sites.
Have been very impressed also. I haven't been on campus to see them personally, but I am thrilled with the improvement we've had in our scratch cooking in our district. Our nutrition services is really doing a great job. And I am thrilled to hear that we are now funded through the school year. That's amazing. Thank you.
I did just want to reach out. There was a parent who inquired that they were kind of getting snack stuff, their child. Was that part of the ABC Club, or was there some?
It was, yeah. I responded to that parent on Facebook. So our ABC Club gets grab and go meals. So they're more snacks than meals. The meals that we send home generally require reheating or refrigeration. And so the meals are different than the grab and go lunches that we have at the ABC Club. The idea at ABC Club is that by the time the kids are out of there at 11:30 or 12, they are hungry, and we wanted to give them something that they can just eat wherever they are at that moment without having to be reheated or any of those kinds of things. Okay. But you can pick up both. Students in ABC Club can get a lunch, and then you can also have the meal for available later.
Great. Thank you for clarifying.
And that is the end of my superintendent's report.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the board? If not, we will now move to our presentation. Our spotlight on Summit School. We made Jim wait until he's in the dark. And
in need of bug spray.
We welcome Robin Munson and Cheryl Knox and Jim Bailey for this presentation.
And I have 2 public comments to read. I will read them before this. The first is from Liz Fish, and it says, what is the current number on the wait list for Summit? Will enrollment be increased? How do parents access information about enrolling in Summit / Rocktree Sky? This information should be easily accessible to prospective families. Please ensure that families understand their options within the district. And I have one more from Kim Rivers. And do you want to set the timer, Cheryl, for me? And we'll do my best to read quickly if we can get through these. Dear trustees of the Ojai Unified School Board, the Summit School agenda item is a great opportunity to ensure that you each, and in turn the public, fully understand all aspects of the school. It really seems to be growing. This is good for the district and community. I offer the following questions in the vein of ensuring the public, and you all as elected officials, are fully informed about the opportunity being offered at this fabulous site in the district. Perhaps some answers will be addressed in staff's presentation. How has the pandemic and safety guidelines impacted the program offered by the vendor Rocktree Sky operating on the Summit School campus? It has been reported before that the district pays Rocktree Sky about $360 per student that attends that program. A, are students still attending that on-campus program now? B, if so, which grades? C, when there was no on-campus learning allowed, can you confirm the district ceased payments to Rocktree Sky, or was there another arrangement? Under this financial relationship, can Understanding this financial relationship can help the public and the board fully understand the benefit of Rock Tree Sky to the district. 2, how many students currently attending Summit are OUSD residents and how many come from outside the district? What is the grade spread for those students? 3, it is my understanding from talking with families in the community, many students at Summit are homeschooled. For those students from outside the district who homeschool, has OUSD entered into any transfer agreements with their home districts? 4, does Rock Tree Sky continue to serve students who come onto the Summit campus who are enrolled in charter school programs not overseen or otherwise managed through OUSD? If so, how many, where are they coming from, etc.? For OUSD Summit students, is Edgenuity the only digital option for A through G lessons, courses, curriculum? If not, what other options are available? How are those A through G offerings through Edgenuity viewed by admissions for UCs and CSUs? 6, please confirm that Summit is an independent per state education code school learning option, which means that student enrolled cannot have an IEP. So students who would qualify for an IEP or other special education services will not be enrolling in Summit, nor will have access to Rock Tree Sky. Is that correct? Or is that changing since it appears a special education teacher has been hired for the school? 7, what grades does Summit currently serve? Remember that California Ed Code requires that independent schools can only serve grades 6 to 12. If Summit is serving other grades, is it a combination of 2 schools, or how does otherwise adhere to California Ed Code? Please confirm what other activities Summit students can participate in that are provided by the district: drama, band, dance, sports. 9, I understand that Summit as an OUSD school is accredited, WASC, but a district official stated it was applying for accreditation. Please.
The alarm went off, Tiffany.
Okay, and then there's 3 more questions, but you received these by email. And with that, I will turn it over to Cheryl and Robin and Jim, and I will pull up your.
Before we get started, can I just point out as a board member with the public comments lately, I feel like there's been a lot of questions that actually should be directed to the principals of each school rather than to the board, and then come to the board when those questions aren't answered. So I'm just pointing that's my experience as a board member. There's a lot of questions that I feel like aren't, you know, I don't know how to say that, but you know, there's so many questions and you want to specifically answer them. I feel at a loss because I can't answer them and I'm not sure that a board meeting is the proper place to answer them. So that's my experience.
I think Robin is going to get us started.
Okay. There we go. I was waiting for present mode. Thank you so much for having me here tonight to share a little bit about Summit School. We are a personalized learning program. Our staff currently, and so we have these bands here, but it fluctuates depending on needs of the family. We might group together siblings with one teacher. So Brenda Hill is primarily our K through 3rd grade teacher. Andrea Mendoza is 3rd through 8th grade. Natasha Efros is 8th through 12th. Jamie McMillan is our interim office manager. Scott Lang is our special education teacher. And we've been working with Carly Feuderan as a guidance counselor for our high schoolers. And then I'm the principal. So I have to just take a second and say it's been so exciting and invigorating to embark on this very innovative and different program for our district. There's definitely a lot of excitement and enthusiasm with our partnership with Rock Tree Sky, and we have an amazing teaching staff that is just so responsive and reflective to what parents and families are looking for in Summit School.
And I would just like to offer here, since we know we had a question about students who are on an IEP, we do have a resource teacher who a small portion of his assignment is to serve students that are up at Summit. One of the things that happens with any student who's on an IEP is it's the IEP's determination about whether a site can offer FAPE to the student, which means do we have the right program to be able to serve their needs? And it completely depends on the disability the student has, whether or not what kind of goals the student needs, and then what kind of services the student needs. So if the IEP team agrees that it's the proper setting and that we can meet the students' needs based on what their IEP says, then they certainly can be served in a homeschool / independent study type program.
So just briefly, because I know that the board was involved, through this process, but our timeline in January of last year through August, we did have open enrollment. Students and families can enroll. There's a button on the Ojai Unified School District website, which is how all online enrollment happened after school closure. Students can pick any school from that list. Our Summit enrollment is currently full, which shows up when they go to enroll. On August 3rd, we started a wait list, and we have a handful or so students on the wait list. On September 20th, Dr. Knox and I held a town hall meeting with the Summit parents and families that gave them a chance to see us and meet with us and ask any questions that they had about programs for Summit. And then the first couple weeks of our start of the school year, when we were doing orientation activities, each of our teachers had individual meetings with families where they kind of overviewed the curriculum and the options, and they developed personalized learning plans for each student as they launched into the start of the school year.
And I'll just pause, Robin, and say that now that we have a wait list, when we first opened, it was kind of first come, first serve, students who enrolled. Now that we have a wait list, we will likely have to go to a lottery model, meaning that in the future, as we have slots that open up, we would come to you sometime in the next school year, in this school year, next calendar year, probably March-ish, April, and set some priorities for the lottery. So typically in a lottery, you might have a siblings preference, you might have a geographic preference. So you might say we would give a weight to students who are from Upper Ojai or who live in OUSD boundaries or who don't live in OUSD boundaries, whatever you decide would be in the lottery preferences. And then in schools that have a lottery, you have an actual drawing of names, right? And so you weight the preferences. So, if we give 2 times preference to students from a particular geography, they would get essentially 2 slots in the lottery, or however many you decide that preference is. And then you pull names and those students get into the lottery. That's generally how it works at charter schools and other schools that have lotteries, magnet schools, those kinds of things. So if we need to continue to do that, there is a physical space limitation at Summit. Even though it's an independent study school, those students have the option to extend extension activities at Rock Tree Sky. And so we want to make sure that we are, within those boundaries of, how many students can fit on the campus at a time, et cetera. So we may come to you with some lottery options when we do enrollment for next year.
And what is the benefit of going to lottery as opposed to the continuing first come, first serve?
It's just generally the way that you do instead of having a wait list, is that way you can have siblings, those kinds of things. So you may decide to just have a wait list, but typically a lottery is the model.
It's not that, we do that with all of our elementary schools. Like a sibling might have priority over a brand new student to keep a family together. Yeah. Okay, so our program description, as we've talked about, it's a non-classroom based program where the students and parents partner with the teacher to develop a plan for the student's education. It's definitely a continuum of options for a family, including traditional textbooks that you would find in our elementary, junior high, and high school campuses. There's online options, and then there's project-based learning. And so a family might select some traditional options, an online platform, and project-based learning, just depending on what their goals are with their child and their family. So here's the kind of scope and sequence of our options. For the homeschooling approach, there's definitely a child-led, very natural, investigative option to your schooling your child at home. So the child-led might be more project-based, exploratory, and then the school at home is the maybe traditional model of textbooks or Edgenuity. Grading is the same, where the parent might do most of the grading and give most of the feedback, and anywhere along that spectrum to the teacher giving the majority of the feedback. And then our curriculum model, which I think is really the highlight of this program, is that it can be tailor-made for a family's interests, from experiential to paper pencil to computer-based, and really depending on what the goals are for the child and the parents and the education that they're seeking, that all of those different options are available. And it's not an all or nothing on any of those. It can be a mix and match of different combinations to really meet their needs.
I would just like to add here that one of the, our main job as teachers is to make sure that students master standards, right? There's a list of standards at each grade level. And as the teachers are partnering with the parents, they're really the gurus of what needs to be taught each year. And so if something like, adding and subtracting fractions comes up as something that really needs to be mastered that year, that's where the conversation comes into play with all of these different pieces. We're going to utilize a typical, textbook, or are you going to do some other kind of modeling? Is the student really interested in cooking right now? That's more of that sort of child-led. What can we do to put fractions, adding and subtracting fractions, into measuring and those sorts of things? And so it becomes a conversation, but the anchor to all of this, and the way that the teacher is the guide, is by being mindful of what we want students to master and what is essential for students to learn.
So here's just a few examples. Our traditional text, Saxon Math, lends itself very nicely to a homeschool model. Journeys is our adopted English language arts curriculum, as is Studies Weekly and Study Sync. A lot of these have an online component that a family could access if they wanted to, but they also have the paper pencil textbooks in front of them to work through. Our online programs, Edgenuity, which you are probably familiar with, we've used that at the high school as well. There's just about any class you could ever want to find on Edgenuity is available. So it really can be tailor-made for the needs of the child. Lexia we use at elementary for reading support and IXL math, and Zern is also used in our classroom settings right now. And then project-based learning, the platform is HeadRush, which is an amazing program where you kind of build your project around standards, or you match standards to your project, but it is still all standards-based and allows that child-centered approach to learning.
And I would just add that this is not a comprehensive list of everything we have. We have access to everything that's been approved and adopted in our traditional schools. Online programs we're learning more and more about everything that we can use right now. And so we have added things this year, and we would continue to add things as we see what potentially our parents would like to use. I would just say one of the things that we've said is that we as a school and as professional educators, we vet these programs and we determine that they're really good quality to help students learn the standards. However, we also partner with parents that if there's some novel they want their kid to read or some book they want their kid to use, we're happy to support that. We wouldn't necessarily purchase it as the school district and provide it to the kid, but we're happy to support that if we agree that it would help a student master a certain standard that they're trying to work on. So that's where the families can share with us some of the things that they would want to maybe purchase and use for their students, whether it be texts or online programs or any kind of projects that they want to do.
Cheryl, can you answer, I didn't see on there, but I know parents are talking about UC Scout. Is that something they would look into, or we could look in for them?
We would definitely be willing to look into that. Yeah. So as parents have brought things to us, we've taken the time to look at things. I don't know if that's come up, maybe Robin, but if that is an interest, we'd be happy to take a look at whether or not we could, allow the child to use it and whether or not it would meet standards.
Cheryl, I'm also curious about families bringing this potentially controversial textbooks to use. I'm thinking religious-based textbooks or the like. how do we support that? Do we allow that? What does that look like?
Our job is really to
What does
focus
the
on
vetting look like?
the standards, right? It is okay for a child to choose to read a novel that is religiously based. What is not allowed is for us to purchase materials that are religiously based, or for us to use our platform as teachers to encourage any kind of religion. But if a student wants to read a novel that is religiously based or read the Bible, really what that attaches to for us are standards, right? So if one of our standards is to read fluently a passage, and they can do that in the Bible, we're really just looking at the fluency. We're not looking at the religious aspect of it.
Okay.
So here is our breakdown on in enrollment. As you can see, that there's the bulk of students are really in the elementary, and it seems like it kind of trickles off as we get into the junior high and high school. But we're holding strong, and I think that our enrollment looks really good for a relatively new program. So as we mentioned, and you guys know, we our partnership with Rock Tree Sky is that 2 days a week, students who are enrolled at Summit can attend Rock Tree Sky as space is available. Not all students from Summit attend Rock Tree Sky, which is their choice if they opt not to. And we see eventually that when we're back and fully running, that we'll be able to be up there more as on the teacher side and really interact with the students. Right now, our teachers are meeting with students and parents over Zoom. And although I got to go up and visit with Jim this week and see kids up there in action, and it's very exciting. I can't wait till we're, as with all things, back into a normally running program.
Also, Robin, not all students who attend Rock Tree Sky attend Summit. There are definitely some students who participate in Rock Tree Sky that are enrolled in other programs. Rock Tree Sky has a license agreement for the use of the campus. And so they have other students who are not attending. We actually utilize one room at Summit for students who are in Summit, an independent study program meeting with teachers.
And did you say students are now coming onto campus for Rock Tree Sky and participating in twice a week, or?
I'll let Jim talk about that when he gets to his presentation, but yes, students are there under Rock Tree Sky in a limited capacity.
So I'm sitting here stewing and have to go back to that question, Cheryl, and push a little bit harder about curriculum, because I do have questions, and it didn't occur to me until you were talking about it, but I'm concerned about what is our level of responsibility to science curriculum, or, we heard at the beginning in public comment concerns about history curriculum and misteaching of Indigenous cultures. What is the level of vetting around that we are ensuring that students are receiving factual information?
So, our job is to look at the standards, right? So we would glean what we expect students to learn straight from the standards. Part of science and actually history is about inquiry and investing the time as a student and a learner to take in information and evaluate that information and come up with your own opinion about what claims are out there, right? And part of the conversation is, if we're stating a claim in science, for example, what evidence would we use to, what observation and what evidence, and what kind of potentially experimentation would we do to prove that claim? So we would be really working with the child to expand their mind, really think about this way of thinking about science, and to incorporate those materials to do just that.
I do remember, Shelley, I remember when I first came on the board asking some questions about Valley Oak Charter, and that was one of my concerns. Basically, the parents can choose whatever textbook they want, was my understanding of it. And so what we were doing was going to be different because it had to be approved, had to be an approved textbook or an approved program.
So once again, if we were purchasing curriculum, we would not allow for any bias of religion to be in the science curriculum as a school district. But it doesn't mean that a student can individually choose to read certain materials or texts and utilize those to do the things that are standards based and built into what we do need to teach students, which is, again, like I said, in the area of science, you're making observations, you're stating claims, you're reading heavy text. We would be influencing them to try to read a wide spread of text and then to use evidence as their way of sort of proving their claim. And this is a important skill set in the area of science and actually in the area of history as well. And so that's what we'll be working on with the student.
I'm arguing with myself in my head, to be honest. You know, there's this part of me that really believes wholeheartedly that parents are the primary teacher and has, you know, they are, of course, the ones that mold and teach their kids and should have the option to choose the curriculum they see best. And I also, on the other side, am fighting with myself over making sure that our students understand the world that they live in and are exposed to the ideas and how to vet scientifically, you know, that the earth really is round and how to prove that and all of those kinds of things. So I know I put you on the spot. And it's a difficult question.
So I want to be really clear. The standards are unequivocal in their support of science. It does not matter what curriculum you are reading. If it is standards based and meeting the standards, which is what we assess you on at Summit, it will be rigorous and scientific. The standards do not allow for you to meet the standards and come out with an unscientific conclusion like the earth is flat. And so I think our faith here, Shelley, is in the standards. And when our teachers meet with families, they are ensuring that families are meeting the standards. And so if you came to us with a curriculum that was not standards aligned and that was teaching something that wasn't standards aligned, we would have to gently work with you to find something that was standards aligned because that wouldn't be allowed. So I think what you're imagining and the reality are a little bit separated here, right? Okay. So standards aligned is the curriculum.
Okay.
As Cheryl and I were talking about today, the standards are our anchor. So there's lots of avenues to get there, but the standard is what we're working towards.
And the science standards are really strong. They're not wishy-washy.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys entertaining my questions and arguing with me about it because I think it's an important topic.
Cheryl, anything to add on that before we move on? Okay.
So I'd like to turn this over to Jim. Just a brief little introduction. Jim and I have known each other for a very long time. I think we both started in Ojai Unified back in the early 2000, maybe 1999. And so it's fun to reconnect and have this opportunity to be innovative and creative together. So Jim's going to talk a little bit about the Rock Tree Sky program.
Absolutely. Thank you. 2001 for me. I'm going to just real quick start with kind of acknowledgement to the spirit of those general public comments that came earlier and something I want to practice. And I'm just going to give a land acknowledgement that right now at Summit Campus, I'm on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Chumash people. And so I just want to acknowledge that in this moment. And I want to say, oh, there's that mosquito. I want to say, Shelley, that there'll be a lot of opportunities when kids are at RTS to hear about evolution and one of my personal heroes, Charles Darwin. So definitely a lot of that fun. You know, in the previous slide, it said partnership. And I think that's so important because RTS has always been about partnership, right? It's always been a partnership program. Initially, it began primarily as a partnership with parents, parents who were homeschooling, some of them through their own private school affidavit, but very soon began to be a partnership program working with homeschool charter schools that were supporting homeschool families. So the level of partnership now with OUSD is just such a perfect evolution for what my vision is for what we can offer in partnership with the community that we're in, right? The community of Ojai. And, you know, we primarily in this partnership, the ultimate responsibility of the standards is on those teachers and those parents and the children. But then, you know, we see ourselves as an enrichment, extension, and a supplement to those things, right? Creating opportunities to, you know, to allow learning to be meaningful, you know, very much along the lines of John Dewey and experiential education. My own background from Cal Poly, which was very focused as a learn by doing school. So, you know, how do we provide that experiential extension-like environment? We have a full-time art studio, with a dedicated art teacher. We have kind of an in-house entomologist, outdoors person who keeps several very interesting insects on site and various arthropods. We kind of have a STEM makerspace design space, and that, you know, I lead and make offerings through. And you know, we have some agricultural aspects with, you know, the offers of goat milking at a local farm right down the street, some beekeeping. The evolution of the honeybee and the flowering plant is intricately related, so that's another wonderful way to study science. And then the other piece, I think that's a real valuable partnership with families, and the reason I think this program is a huge success with Summit School and for Ojai is that parents that were either previously homeschooling or wanting to homeschool really were wanting some consistency in their social groupings for those times when the kids were coming to an environment, and not doing 5 weeks of Shakespeare camp and then maybe not seeing those other kids that they were with for a while, and then maybe doing, you know, 6 weeks at a STEM camp. So this provides, you know, that opportunity for kids to build real relationship over time in, you know, an informal environment. And so to me, this is really a dream partnership. And, you know, I'm hopeful that this partnership continues to be so fruitful for these learners, these families, and successful for the district and the community, that I hope it would spread to other small districts, other districts that have been losing their homeschool families, or at least leaving them out of some opportunities for partnership. So that's what we do, you know, socialization and enrichment. And we are, you know, just really honored to be doing it with OUSD and having the ADA and the support for those kids coming into our local district and not going out into these homeschool charter school entities that are in various parts of California and really, you know, we don't have any real relationship with. You know, I so value that we do this with a principal like Robin, Tiffany, board members who are all here in the community, and that we have real relationship with and community building. So that's my version of RTS tonight in a nutshell.
Jim, do you want to speak to the pods that you have on campus right now? And
oh, yes, thank you for that reminder. There was that question from Jane. So Jane, we've been operating 16 hours a week as part of an unlicensed childcare waiver program with the state of California. So we have 16 hours a week. So we've you know, took basically Tuesday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. We have students in pods of no more than 12. I think it maybe later got bumped up to 13 or 14, but we started with 12. And we only have 3 of those cohort groups on campus at any one time. And so they get Tuesday, Wednesday, and then those 3 staff members that support them step back and then the other 3 step forward for the Thursday, Friday pods. And they've been getting on-site enrichment bi-weekly. So it trades, there's an A week and a B week. And for those weeks where the learners are not, we're not allowed to have them on campus based on the numbers and the hours, we've been offering Zoom activities online for those kids and families. And we've also given parents in those pods connectivity with each other to, create some opportunities to meet together with those kids and those families in those pods at outdoor spaces like the beach, things like that. We've created Google Docs for them to support meetups within that cohort. So that's how we've been operating thus far.
Great, thank you. And I assume those pods are also based geographically, so you don't have children from Ojai maybe in a pod with those from Thousand Oaks, or does it not work that way?
That's a really good question. I don't know, I'll tell you what we did do. I don't know that we broke it down geographically. What we did break it down was we did ask parents if they were willing to share a level of, their COVID kind of care in their household. And so we definitely, there were some families that are very careful and very concerned, and some families who've been more, open in the community outside of our control. And what we did is we did not link any of those very careful families with those families who have been less so. And we do operate, whenever anybody comes on campus, we follow the same guidelines that OUSD has been following, with a temperature check, a hand sanitization, and that sort of thing, and then checking all staff every time that they come on campus. I went down to Kathy White's school. I went down to Miramani and said, Kathy, run me through what you guys do, because I know you do it right. And of course, she did. And so we've just been following those guidelines, and we haven't had a case. I'd love to answer any more questions if anybody has them or not.
Okay, well then I'll move on to our next slide. Thank you, Jim.
Of course.
Currently, we have 3 locations where our Summit teachers are working. Natasha F. Ross is up at Summit School in room 5. That's our designated room. Brenda Hill is working out of her other room at the district office. She has an adult ed room that she's working out of, and Andrea Mendoza is working out of a space at Miners Oaks Elementary School. So we see that's been very helpful for material distribution, having a place in town to pick up textbooks and Chromebooks and hotspots. And we anticipate that even when distance learning is no longer necessary, that we may continue with certain families to meet over Zoom and have our weekly meetings that way, if that serves their needs better than on site up at Summit.
Robin, can I add one more thing in that I forgot to mention? I'm really looking forward to. I think when we get the Summit School teachers on site, I really think the opportunity for collecting information around meaningful learning will really take off. To me, that's when I think some really unique integration that allows evidence and supports real learning can happen, because when those teachers have those standards and they can come out and see me working with an offering that, say, came from an Exploratorium science snack book that I'm putting out for the day, then we can tie that in directly with those meaningful standards. And that, to me, is where this program and our partnership with having a teacher on site is so powerful, in my opinion, as somebody who's worked in the classroom and outside of the classroom in science education over the years. So I'm really excited about that. And I think it's going to be really, really appreciated by those families and the learners. So that's all I want to say.
I'm going to just remind everyone, we have not experienced yet what this was intended to look like, because as soon as we started the partnership, we went into COVID. And so we are building something in an unnatural environment, and it will likely morph into something different when we have our normal situation. It's been interesting to build something in this environment that is not how we normally would. So we have been doing our best to be flexible and adjust. And for those families who are new to Summit, it will look different probably this entire year, and probably next year. We'll continue to adjust until we figure out what Summit really is, and what it feels like and looks like for our families once we are on campus.
I just would like to dovetail on that and say, I think that's part of what makes this such exciting work, is that we don't, while we know our vision and we know our pathway, there's a lot of variables that are going to come in that we're going to grow from and learn from and expand to make this a really amazing program for our school district.
Do you know how many students, I know we have a wait list at this point, but how many are currently in the boundaries of OUSD? How many had left the district and have come back to the district?
I don't have that number right. I can get that to you at some point earlier, maybe in August. I think Tiffany and I had gone through those numbers, but I don't have that right off the top. I would say that the majority of our students, I don't know geographically if they're Ojai Unified, but the majority of our students did not come from a currently enrolled campus in the district. The majority came from either private school, charter school, or outside of Ojai Unified.
I think that number was somewhere around 80 when we looked in early August, that 80 students from who were not currently enrolled in Ojai Unified School District schools.
Yes. So our campus improvements, this is really exciting. Tiffany and I were up at the on Summit a couple weeks ago, and just between that visit and yesterday, there's a lot of improvements going on. This campus will receive the new flooring that we did put in all the other elementary schools. So actually elementary schools and other places as well. So we'll be working on that. The plans are being drawn up right now to repave the parking lot and the turnaround right in front of the building, which will include an improved path of travel from the parking lot to the buildings. And then Jim and his team have been working on this space that you see in the top picture is actually behind the classrooms. And there's a beautiful garden back there, and they put in the shade and the decomposed granite. And so just making it a very inviting, warm, welcoming environment for students to grow and learn in seems to be at the forefront of all of the decision making.
And can I throw in, I just want to give some recognition to Food for Thought, who initially set up the garden beds and a lot of the irrigation, and the Summit families. We came in and there was the bones were there, and we've just really added the life again to that environment and added some beauty and some pathway and things like that. But we really appreciate the structures that were there, and we just want to make it live.
I would just like to take the time to add a few final thoughts based on some of the questions that we heard. I didn't have a chance to jot them all down, but one of the questions that was asked is, do we require an inter-district transfer? So yes, if a student we follow the protocol we do for all schools, which is if a student is not in our Ojai Unified boundaries, they do need to apply using an inter-district request form where their district signs off and then we sign off. Also, there was questions about what kind of A to G options we have for kids. Edgenuity is the main online platform, but students are also taking courses at BC, which we also do at Nordhoff, that can qualify for A to G. And then the other thing is, what kind of other extracurriculars do they have? Students at Summit School can be dual enrolled at Nordhoff, pending space. So if a student wanted to be in band or a student wanted to be in dance, we could put them in that class. The only exception there, and it's not on us, it's actually on CIF, is they cannot participate in our CIF sports. Our league has not allowed that to take place.
Just to be clear, it's not CIF, it's actually our league. It's the other school districts in our league that voted down participation.
So we need to lobby them so that we can be able to offer that to those students.
It's a long-term process. We're working on it.
Well, I just would like to say, as I mentioned earlier to Angie, that having been a post-Prop 13 child and a lover of lifelong learning, Jim, if you ever want to open one of these where you like invite adults to come and learn and you just pay a monthly fee instead of a gym membership where we can go and play and create, and I think that would be an amazing addition to our town too.
I would like to just thank you and say how excited I am about this program. I think the online learning aspects, the homeschooling, plus being there, having all the experiences. We've heard for years, you really should do something innovative. You should, if anybody has those kinds of doubts, they should watch that presentation or go and see what you're doing. This is absolutely fantastic. And I'm excited to see how this grows and progresses in the coming years.
And Thane, you've been begging for something like this for years, so you got it done before you left.
Well, it's been a long time coming. This would have been great 20 years, but it's fantastic to get it started now. Whenever you get it started, it's if it's real, it's real, and I'm really excited about that.
So I just looking at all of this, I think we have to change our district slogan. I think it now has to be "Have it your way," because that's what we're allowing, and I think it's really cool.
I will agree with all of that. The innovation has been wonderful to see, and I do hear that from families. They really want to have options, and I'm very proud of our district for having options, a lot of options. So thank you. Are there any further questions? Thank you all for being here tonight and sharing with us. I know we've all had questions and wanted to understand exactly how this model is working, so I appreciate you being here to help give us the bones of it and draw that picture for us, since we don't get to go visit campuses very much these days.
Just for the board, one of the, we will be doing this school spotlight, and we'll have a, generally 20-minute presentation every month from a different school so that they can come and share with you some of the top things that they're doing. I know you've done that in the past. And so that will continue. We wanted to start with Summit just because I got the feeling that it was harder for some people to wrap their heads around what Summit was. And so I wanted to start there, but you'll start seeing these every month on the agenda from all of our schools.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. We now move to 6.2, which is our review of our TOSAs, our Teacher on Special Assignment from last year, and what that recap will look like.
I'm going to share my screen, and Cheryl, if it's okay, I will click through for you.
Sounds great. Let me make sure I can. Great. We can go to the next slide. So as Shelley said, TOSA stands for Teacher on Special Assignment. Just to give the background, we got some funding last year that we were not expecting. It was in the form of this low performing student block grant. And most of us know that the way we are funded is we get base funding for every kid. And then for students who fall in specialized categories where we know statistically they have greater needs traditionally, in schools, we get a little bit of extra funding for them. And so that might be students who are English learners or students who fall in the low socioeconomic category, homeless, foster youth. And so we refer to that group as our unduplicated count because kids could fall in multiple groups, but you only count them one time. Anyway, so those are unduplicated. This funding was not for those students. So what this funding was for is anybody who didn't fall in that category, but was still falling in 1s and 2s, which are the lowest 2 levels of SBAC testing in ELA and math. What basically the point was is they must need additional funding too, right? They must need support because they're falling behind academically. And so we received funding for these students, and this is very specialized money, so you can only spend it on certain things, but 2 of the things that you can spend it on are direct intervention to that student population, and then professional development, which is where we primarily spent the funding. So intervention, we had, you might remember Magda and Brenda, who are our TOSA teachers. They served 57 students across 4th through 8th grade. Again, we chose 4th through 8th grade because we really tried to focus in on the students that were the target of how this money was generated. So we were looking at the SBAC scores of our students from the year prior and looking at any kids in 4th through 8th grade who received a 1 or a 2 in both ELA and math. So we identified all those students. And at Matilaha, we offered them an academic support period for the day. So it fell in their 5th period section for the 6 sections that they took at Matilaha. It was voluntary. One of the difficulties is that when you take academic support as a class section, you have to give up an elective. So we could not get all of our students who we offered the program to accept it, but many did. And then in the elementary, we were able to do it in an after school sort of intersession. So we did sort of a round robin where Brenda and Magda went to the 4 different school sites and met with kids for 3 weeks and then rotated back around to try to serve the needs of the students there. There were a variety of programs that Magda and Brenda used. If you don't know by now, Brenda is a curriculum guru, especially online curriculum guru. And so she was really able to help the team identify some programs to use with the students. I should also add that Alex Mejia for the 1 section, because we served 6th, 7th, and 8th graders in their own section of academic support at Matilaha. So she also stepped in to teach a class period there as well. She did not do the rotations at the elementary schools though. One of the biggest disappointments for us all the way around, not just for this intervention program, but just all of the other enhancements that we did last year academically, is that we did not have SBAC testing to look at any results from the students. We were hoping to compare their previous year SBAC results with the spring of 2020, which didn't happen. That testing did not happen. And unfortunately, we couldn't compare grades for 2 reasons. One, there were no grades at the end of the year. You might remember we were in school closure at that point, so we moved to pass-fail grades. And then also the 7th and 6th graders were new to Matilaha, where they give composite grades, and they were previously at the elementary schools where we do standards-based grades. So there was really no good way to quantify any kind of growth. I was able to review the IXL results from the students at Matilaha, and what I could kind of determine is that students learned between sort of 40 and 80 skills, mastered 40 to 80 math skills in that case. But again, there's no comparative data because they didn't use that program the year before. So tough to tell, except anecdotally. We did hear from parents that it was helpful. We had an elementary parent say that it was the best math support their child had ever received. Certainly Brenda and Magda felt like it was successful and that they were really able to help the students grow, especially because the groups were very small. In many cases, they were only working with 5 to 8 kids at a time, including in the academic support classes. So when you can have such a low teacher to student ratio, you're really able to give a lot of individualized instruction. So that was our intervention. And then we did a lot with professional development.
Can I ask you one quick question? Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's fine.
Have you looked at those same students to see how they're doing this year? Did it?
I haven't. That's a good idea. Certainly, we haven't had a grade report come out yet. But quarter is over soon, like in the next week or so. So maybe we can take a look at their grades. But that's a great idea. So with the professional development they did, it basically resolved around this big district goal that we have for PLC work. And so I just, again, wanted to give context of why they did the work they did. I know that we now have a learning continuity plan this year due to school closures and COVID, but in the past, of course, we were operating off our LCAP, which one of our major goals was to provide professional development for teachers to use, the standards and data from the standards to ensure mastery for every kid, which is the basis of PLC work. If you want to go to the next slide, and this is embedded in what our mission is as a district. And so if you look at the flower, the sort of turquoise color portions of our vision, you can see my academics are meaningful, engaging, and challenging. I learn the essential standards in each grade. Of course, that means that we as professional educators have to identify those essential standards. I have opportunities to extend my learning, and I get help when I need it. And I think that's really important. And it's important that the way we worded it was purposeful. It's not I get help when I ask for help or my parent tells the school I need help. It's us as other professional educators watching over these kids, ensuring mastery. And when we're not seeing it, intervening with extra supports. And if they are mastering it, helping them dive deeper into those standards or move into other standards. And so the 4 questions, when teachers sit down and do PLC work, there's basically only 4 questions that they're working on. What do we want students to know? Those are the essential standards. How will we know when they know it? That means we're creating some kind of formative assessment. And when I say assessment, I don't mean some big SBAC test. I mean these small little snippets of how am I going to know if they know this concept? What will we do if they don't know it? That's the intervention piece. And then what will we do to extend their learning if they do know it? And so expanding their learning. And so if you want to go to the next slide. So what the TOSAs did is they went into the SBAC system. The SBAC has created an interim testing system and a block assessment system where as the teachers all year long, we don't have to wait until the spring in the SBAC test to expose our students to the types of questions that they might see on these exams. And one of the things that we found in our early PLC work 3 years ago is that we started at first creating our own assessments. And I'll just give an example. I believe it was adding and subtracting fractions in 5th grade. And we created an assessment and it went well. And actually our test scores in 5th grade, that was our pilot program, did go up a little bit in the spring. But what we found when we really analyzed the interim assessments is that we really weren't asking the questions the same way the SBAC test does. And what I mean by that is we were giving a lot of calculation only questions where you're just calculating and coming up with an answer. And the SBAC really calls for higher depths of knowledge, right? They're asking kids questions that don't actually always require calculation. It requires just conceptual understanding. It requires modeling. And so really we needed to create assessments that were really going to help students learn at that deeper level, the math at that deeper level, which is the goal, of course, right? So what they did is they went into that system and they really analyzed the tests and used those to really create good, valuable, formative assessments for our teachers to use in their PLC work, because the test really matters. You want a valid test that's really going to show us that question, right? Did they learn what we want them to learn, right? Which we want them to learn so much more than just being able to do calculations. We want them to learn all of the critical thinking and the deeper knowledge that goes with some of these standards. And so they helped create these things. And then what they did is they came out to meetings with 3rd through 8th grade teachers and really showed them how the questions are formed and what they look like, and showed them the tests that they had now created that they could use. And then also showed them how they're graded in the program and how they're assessed, and which questions are identified as easy questions and which questions are identified as moderate questions and which questions are identified as difficult questions. And this was really helpful. And I will tell you, it was really helpful for our special education teachers to get all this information as well. It's really overwhelming sometimes. And we know that our students who are on IEPs have scored lower in our testing. They've been a group that we've been watching closely and have wanted to improve their academic results. And what they found right away is when they really knew which questions were easy first, those were like questions that they could immediately start using with their kids and start to engage their kids in a really real way. But to not know that information makes it very overwhelming to start teaching your students these very difficult concepts. And so they really had like a starting point to work with their students, and it really changed things for them as far as exposing their students to grade level standards and helping them get started at an access point that they could start from. So,
and I want to jump in here and say that the formative assessments aren't, the main goal of formative assessments isn't to help students improve on the SBAC. The main goal of formative assessments is for us to know and understand when we need to reteach students or when we need to give students extension activities. And so the idea is that if you're doing frequent formative assessments, and this is part of what we, why we really like Levered a lot, is that you see that students don't understand this, or they have this particular kind of conceptual error, then you pull those students into a small group or into an intervention, you reteach them in another way based on the error that they're making, and then you're able to have them rejoin the core curriculum and move forward with their peers. And so the idea of formative assessments is that we are helping students frequently with misunderstanding so that they can stay on track with grade level standards. And so it's not just about SBAC, it's about making sure that students are meeting their grade level standards.
Yeah, and I'm glad you said that, because this can sound so much like we're just trying to teach to a test and use a bunch of assessment to get kids to pass a test. That is not what this is about. The idea here is that if you have a valid test that actually is trying to identify whether or not kids are mastering what you want them to know and at deep levels, that's a valid test to do exactly what Tiffany just said, which is, find out where they're at and where you can either extend or intervene so that they can catch up. So what the result of this work was basically a large database. Unfortunately, they were only able to get to math, the math component, not the English language arts component. We were hoping to get the low performing student block grant again for a second year, but unfortunately that did not happen this year. But so we did,
not because we didn't get it, because it wasn't funded.
Wasn't available.
Right.
Yes.
So yeah, we didn't not receive it. No one received it.
Correct. Right now there's shared folders with 3rd through 8th grade teachers where they can see these assessments. If you want to go to the next slide. And what teachers find is the standard strands for math for each grade level. And then within those standard strands, they find these formative assessments that these teachers created, which again are small. Most of these quizzes only have 15 questions, if that. Again, it's meant to be a sort of a little dipstick of how is the student doing? Where do we need to intervene? Where do they need support? Or gosh, they really got this. How do we dive deeper? How do we extend their learning? The other thing that was created was a data sheet, which you see in the middle there, of how to track the questions and the students' answers. And that gives you a lot of information as a teacher. It gives you information of what the student individually needs, but it gives you indication of what the whole class missed. And this is what you see in Levered all the time, which is so great to have it all in one program. Here, the teachers are doing it manually, but it's the same benefit, right? If I can see that pretty much my entire class missed this one conceptual thing, I can reteach to the whole class, versus if I see that only 2 kids missed that concept, I'm gonna just pull those 2 kids aside and try to reteach it to them. And then the last piece is, again, that analysis I was saying, where the teachers can, well, first of all, see the answer. So it's an answer key for the teachers, and then also see which questions are considered easy, moderate, or difficult. Again, that way we're aware of, maybe a starting point or an access point for some students who might struggle. So again, in conclusion, unfortunately, we didn't have very good outcomes to look at in order to really see if our intervention had a high positive effect. We know it had a positive effect, but whether or not it had a high academic positive effect for our students, we're just not able to see that with any kind of good data. But certainly the outcome of that rich database is very beneficial to our teachers. They were very appreciative to have that information. Magda and Brenda spent hours and hours in that system that all of our teachers had wanted to do, but it just takes the time to do it. And so for Brenda and Magda to do all that, then bring that information to them and share with them, what they learned from analyzing those tests and looking at those questions and determining which ones were valid and good questions to use with kids to really get to the heart of, did they learn it? Did they not learn it? That was just hours and hours of work that our teachers would never have had the time to do, and they were very appreciative to have that given to them. So, any final questions?
That is exciting work to have gotten done.
Marilyn will tell you, I wish she was here because she got to share the office next to Brenda and Magda, and they were just so authentically amazing and just all the conversation about all the stuff they were learning and creating these tests. And she just was, you know, every day coming over to my office saying, oh my gosh, you should just hear them in there. They're just doing this exciting work. And I know that they were really looking forward to potentially doing the work again this year if the grant had been available again. Magda, as you may know, has retired, but she was considering sticking around if she could stay at TOSA. So I know they really enjoyed the work.
And Shelley, we had a public comment on this presentation from Liz Fish asking, what is the teacher and student family feedback on the TOSA interventions and professional development? I think Cheryl touched on that throughout the presentation.
Thank you. Are there any other board questions? If not, thank you very much, Cheryl, for the presentation. It's been on my mind as to how the TOSA year went, and I appreciate you bringing back the information.
My pleasure.
Shelley, can we take a brief break?
Absolutely. Let's take a 5-minute break, 10-minute break, and we'll meet back here.
Maybe at 8 o'clock?
What time is it? Yes, so an 8-minute break. We'll cut the difference.
Thank you.
Meet back at 8. Thank you. I didn't realize we had an official screen for taking a break. Very
Yeah, I
cool.
worked on that for you.
I was going to say, that's all David.
Thanks, David. I think it's helpful to let people know why we've all gone dark all of a sudden.
Yeah, it helps with the Good. YouTube.
Well, it looks like most of us are back. The board is back. I'm going to assume we can go on because I'm not sure the others are turning their screens on at this point. So we now are reconvening and we are at 7.1, the adoption of the consent calendar. And I just wanted again to say a thank you to all those who are donating to our family fund and various other ways that they support the district. We are much appreciative of those.
And the Yardi system donation.
Yes.
Special, yeah.
So thank you.
I'll move to approve the consent calendar.
Thank you, Jane.
I'll second.
Thank you, Thane. All in favor, Jane?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Thane?
Aye.
Shelley? Aye. That passes unanimously. We are at 7.3.1, which is the approval of the sufficiency of textbooks and instructional materials.
Do we need to move for a public opening or is it just a one-time?
Oh, no, you're right. I have a note on my thing that says public hearing. So we need to move to open the public hearing. And I think at that point, we have a public comment for that.
I'll move to open the public hearing.
I'll second.
Thank you, Thane and Jane. All in favor, Jane?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Thane?
Aye.
And Shelley, aye. That passes unanimously and the public hearing is now open. I believe we have one comment.
So this is from Philip Bagley, who says, I'm unclear where or how 10 days notice was provided of this agenda item, but my bigger concern is how a parent is supposed to participate in this discussion, given that no information has been provided regarding the textbooks that are actually being used this year. With the implementation of the new block schedule, I don't even know all of the textbooks that my student will be using this year. I'm not sure how the district can claim to have encouraged participation or discussion given the lack of information provided or available. Also, how is lab science equipment being made available? And we will turn it, Cheryl is our leading.
Well, I need to close the public hearing first and then go to discussion. So do we have a motion to close?
I'll move to close.
Thank you, Michael.
I'll second.
Thank you, Thane. All in favor, Jane?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Thane?
Aye.
And Shelley, aye. That passes unanimously and public comment portion is now closed. Or the public hearing is now closed. So now we can go to Cheryl. Sorry, Tiffany.
So we do post in 10 days in advance on all of our physical sites. So in front of our district office, for example, and there's a display case at every site for those to be posted. And then also on our district website. In this case, we're in a very different situation due to school closures. So we have board adopted materials that we could supply lists of. We also have pilots that are happening that you guys are aware of in our school sites. And then we have a lot of supplemental curriculum, especially a lot of online curriculum given this circumstance this year. And so when the textbook, this resolution is really about sufficiency of materials. And so if a teacher is using a supplemental curriculum, for example, IXL math, what we'd be looking for is, does every student have access to that IXL math? And do they have a hotspot and a Chromebook to be able to sufficiently access that material that the teacher is using? And so I would hope that if any student is being assigned coursework right now from certain curricula, mostly online, I'm assuming at this point is what teachers are using. If they do not have access to that, either they can't get into the the online platform for some reason they don't have a login or a password, or they don't have a Chromebook that's working, or they don't have a hotspot, that's where we'd want to know that information so that we can supply them with what they need. Lab equipment is a difficulty this year. There are online programs to do virtual labs, and so teachers will be utilizing those kind of materials in distance learning. Certainly when we can bring pods back to campus, that is going to be one of our goals, to bring small pods to be able to utilize the science equipment in the classrooms and do some of those experiments that we would do in a classroom setting.
So how are we doing those currently with kids in chemistry and?
So I would imagine teachers are using the virtual labs that you can do with online programs. I'm not familiar with the ones in the high school. I've seen the ones in the elementary. They are very rigorous online platforms where you can manipulate variables and do different things to do the actual experimentation that you would do in a classroom setting and then see the result online. And so those are the kinds of things that we're doing in lieu of physical labs until we can bring pods back to campus, which is happening soon, actually. So that is our goal. One of our goals is to help students with some of the science experiments.
Or teachers have been providing modified labs. So if they're not using virtual labs, they're doing modified labs.
And also in terms of that question for, I mean, obviously it being a different year, if you're not taking math right now in the high school, how do we know that we'll have math textbooks in the spring for those classes? I assume it's like now we're even having less students take math at a particular time.
If we're using our traditional text that we've purchased, we have enough textbooks for every single student. We do the counts every year. The thing is, in this case, in many classes right now, we're not always using the traditional text. In some classes they are, and they handed those out at the beginning of the year. In some cases they're not, and they're using online curriculum. So the question would be, do you have access to that online curriculum? Do you have access through the actual platform? Also through the right, Chromebook where you can work with it, or home device. If they don't have the ability to access that, we would meet that need and find a way to make sure that every student accesses it.
So and then to be clear, the public comment, this is about whether or not there's enough texts, right? Not the selection of them or the suitability of them, because we do that as a separate action when you bring us sample texts. Isn't that correct?
Correct. And I just want to reiterate, this is not just about a hard text. It's about access to materials. So textbooks are obviously the main bulk of that we're used to, but if you have access to an online program that's your curriculum, then that is also part of this entire thing, that you have access to the materials that the teacher is using to teach the standards.
Right. Which is why we have done so much work in trying to ensure that we have laptops and Chromebooks handed out to students to ensure that we have hotspots for students to access, right? We want to make sure that we have sufficiency of all materials, including access to online programs that we might be using right now during COVID.
Yeah, and I think the resolution calls that out very nicely, right? That it can be digital material as long as there's enough of it.
Correct.
It seems like this question got a lot more difficult with the technology, because if somebody doesn't have access a particular day because their Chromebook isn't working, or even if it's a few days, or it's not compatible with a certain resource, how do we deal with that in terms of this question? Because what we're being asked, right, is does everybody have access to everything?
Mm-hmm. And so our job is to fix the problem. So we had a case of a student who just the hotspot wouldn't work in their area. And so we ended up bringing them to the campus and do our ABC club, even though they were a little bit older student, to make sure that they could be on campus and have access to the internet. So we have a responsibility to make sure that everybody has what they need. Now, on a given day, if the internet goes out for an hour, we would try our best to solve that problem, but obviously those are temporary issues that don't represent the fact that the student really does have, generally speaking, access to the instructional materials.
Right. Do you know if there's any legal guidance for us in passing the resolution?
I'm sorry, you cut out.
In terms of, yeah, I'm sorry, you cut out too. I'm just wondering if there's any legal guidance for us in passing a resolution on sufficiency when there might be short-term insufficiencies?
By our current calculations, we don't know of any insufficiencies. We have counted every physical textbook, and to our knowledge, the students currently are able to access what we're using for curriculum. We've tried to fix and have fixed every problem that we're aware of.
So, and hard copy texts would be our baseline, right? Even to speak to Thane's concern, if our digital resources were to go down for even a prolonged period of time, because we have a hard copy text for everybody, we still have a sufficiency.
I would say that that would be true. Yeah, if the online programs couldn't work or didn't work, we would certainly turn to something physical, which we do have plenty of.
Are there any other questions about this sufficiency of materials, or are we, is there a motion to
I'll make a motion to approve based on, you know, in the past, we've had information from parents or students if they don't have it, and we haven't received that information from them. So we can, based on our counting and our numbers, it seems that we have met the requirements. So I'll move to approve.
Thank you, Jane.
And I would also just add, if I could, that we, this is part of when we reach out to students and families who are potentially failing classes, we ask them, is there anything that you need? Do you need a computer? Do you need a hotspot? Do you need a textbook? So if students are demonstrating that they are unable to be successful, it might be that they need tutoring, but it might be that they need some physical thing in order to be successful. And so part of our constant data collection is through that process.
And it means that we aren't waiting for them to reach out to us. We're reaching out to them. When
you are failing, we are reaching out to you.
Yeah. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Thane.
Yeah, I'll second based on what we're hearing. There's been such a simple question in years past, but.
All in favor, Thane?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And Shelley, aye. So that passes unanimously. 7.4.1 is our Measure J update.
Good evening.
Hi, Adam. Welcome. And Alan?
Hi. I would say, I would like to point out quickly that Michael definitely wins best background tonight, for sure. So
I would agree.
Very seasonal. So here's just a couple of the highlights, obviously, that we've been working on. This is the D-Wing at Nordhoff. The new colors, the new paint. It just, like I said before, I think last month, driving by, if you drive by, it pops, and it really pops. I had a guy stop me in my neighborhood this morning just to tell me how good Nordhoff's looking. So that's nice to hear. Miners Oaks Playground. This was the one we were able to pivot on quickly and get the deal on because another district had to pull the plug on the project. It was something we're already in the works. And so the old ones on the left, obviously the new ones on the right, we were able to move it away from the eucalyptus trees, which provide great shade, but obviously are a little unpredictable. So the old one is still standing, but it'll come out when we redo the asphalt there at some point. This is kind of a three-phase. We're working on, we got the playground, next will be shade and then asphalt. And so that's kind of the plan with Miners Oaks. We are actively working on the other campuses as well. But Miners Oaks was just more ready. San Antonio and Topo for that matter have had some other more pressing projects, but they're all in line. Obviously everybody has seen the Miramani shade over the playground and loves it, of course. So that's coming up as well.
Adam, before you go on to the next slide, is that a climbing wall in the back there of the new play area?
It is. That one has been there. The new one that we put in is just the bright colored one. The other one has been there for quite a few years.
Okay.
And that was, I think the original one is 20 plus years old. I think the one there, the little one with the climbing wall is, I want to say 10 or 12 years old, but it's actually in great shape. And it's not very tall. It looks bigger than it is, I would say, in the picture. Here's the dining hall, and actually let Alan kind of speak to this one.
Okay, so that ductwork has now been painted. Quite a bit of painting has gone on inside the dining hall. And those round red lights, there are 10 of them that go on either side of that central ductwork have been installed. And they have very modern look to them. It kind of reminds me of George Jetson. They have done on the outside of the picture on the right, they've done the flat pours there. And to the right of that picture, actually, we've continued on the sidewalk, which is one of the change orders we're going to look at tonight. But the roofing is done. They're doing finish work inside. We've got the walk-in freezer, and some of the equipment's already here, but the walk-in freezer was one of the latter items, and it's shipping this week. We should have it either tomorrow or Friday, probably. So yeah, things are coming along nicely in here. We are on target to finish on the 11/4 target date.
This is the new Matilaha basketball courts and playground restoration. We obviously redid all the asphalt, as you know. We put in the new backboards, changed the orientation of a lot of them, upgraded it to single rim, 6-inch square post, glass backboards. And I would say these have gotten a ton of use. The crews that were actually putting up the backboards hadn't even cleaned up yet, and people were already using them. And if you drive by every night about 6 o'clock, you'll see 20, 30 people there. And, you know, driving by during the day, you see people out there, obviously midday, even using them right now. So it's been really great to see. It's one of those things where you put it in and it's nice to see that it's getting used right away, and it's getting used a lot.
It has been striped by now.
Yeah. Here's some more of the San Antonio wood repair that we're doing. We're again taking off the plaster that was there that didn't have any moisture barrier behind it, taking off all those vertical boards and replacing them with the cement fiber boards again to hopefully deter those woodpeckers that are out there. And it's coming along really nicely, actually. Here's the painting. Here's some kind of side-by-sides in terms of before and after. That's the H-wing up top. You can see the left, and there's the gym. The logos are going to be repainted or be redone, but we kind of, with Martin Hartman's help on some of the design aspects of the painting, decided to paint the columns blue. It just kind of pops a little more intimidating when you come up to the gym as well, and it definitely stands out from the road.
It definitely stands out from the road. My daughter, as we were driving past, went, "Whoa, wait a second! Have I never noticed it before?"
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, it's very noticeable.
We've had that a couple of times. People go, "Has that always looked like that?" And so it looks really good. Again, the back of the admin wing, the picture on the right's not done. They're putting stripes in, but what we did is you can see the two stripes on the far left on the left picture. We've decided to carry those around and make them the same width around campus. So yeah, those will go across. They are there now. But there was this kind of hodgepodge of some walls were blue, some were yellow, like in the left picture. There were some buildings that had the pinstriping, some of them didn't. So the whole campus will be uniform now. And the previous picture, this building and the science wings that were painted, they hadn't been painted, it sounds like, properly at least. And so the crew actually ended up putting, I think, 460 gallons of paint on those 3 buildings alone. Just the stucco was just soaking it up. So it'll be nice. It'll have a good coating, that's for sure. Here's the F-wing project. This was the NPA project that I touched on last month, that we did the entry side and the drop off. But this is obviously the backside between the office, the F-wing and the office. And when the NPA was coming up with ideas and we had the leftover pavers, we donated them to them as part of their project to tie in the whole area. And so that's kind of their finished product. And it looks really great. It's some nice seating, some cut throughs on the pavers, We didn't do DG, we did the wood chips, a little more manageable. And we actually found an old drain in there too. So we improved the drainage as well.
We might mention too, Adam, that we had leftover pavers, not because we ordered too many or miscalculated, but because the vendor actually gave us a couple extra pallets.
Yeah, he's a local supplier and actually a Nordhoff alum. They gave us a couple extra pallets on accident. He's like, you know what, just keep them. Don't worry about it. It's going to Nordhoff anyways. So it was really nice. And this is the library. Again, I'll let Alan speak to this. He's the.
Yeah, and it's improved even beyond this now because those walls have been painted and things are clicking along in here. We're looking at a December completion for the Nordhoff Library, and but the lighting is in, you know, the roof there, the ceiling portions of the black portions have been painted. There's still a couple of minor areas where the tectum has not been installed, the white portion. We've been wrestling through a couple of little design issues where there's some conflicts between the ducting and the fire sprinklers. And so we're still wrestling through some of those things. But by and large, this is coming along pretty nicely.
I just say, I think the ceiling looks great.
Yeah.
It looks awesome. It really does. I mean,
it does.
We had a lot of consternation about how we were going to address the ceiling and how to make it look nice. And it exceeds my expectations.
And those are skylights, yes?
I was just going to ask the same thing.
Yeah, that's just
the
ambient
tube
light
light?
that's coming from the sun, and it is awesome. And those are smart lights too, so they know how much light is in there, and they only come on bright enough to bring up the illumination up to where you want it. They're not just on or off.
Those are great.
Yeah, Alan and I are always impressed when we walk in there and how much light those solar tubes bring in. It's incredible.
And that's the last slide.
I think so, yeah. So it's exciting. I mean, the update in terms of kind of seeing some of these larger projects getting close to wrapping up. I know Nutrition Services is anxious for the dining hall. Of course, Francis asks us, I think, every other day. But it's exciting to see some of these larger projects kind of come into a close.
Do we have potential end dates on those two projects, completion dates?
Yeah, we're looking at 11/4 on the kitchen and mid-December on the library.
Did I also see someone repainting the music building at Matilaha?
There's a mural going on there that is not part of
Beautiful.
project. Yeah.
Gosh.
Yeah, that is a local artist who's donating his time. The Matilaha PTO funded the repainting of the wall. And then we have I believe a former student, but definitely a local artist who is working on redoing that mural. So it's a partnership between the PTO and the artist and the school.
Good catch, Jane.
By the time the kids come back, it'll be a whole new school. It's like not just
really will.
returning to school and they forget what it was like. It's a whole, there's so many new projects and new things at those campuses. It's exciting to see.
Yeah, it'll be nice to get the kids back on campus and let them enjoy it.
Yeah.
I hope all the people voting on Measure K can see what a great job you do.
Thanks.
Amen. Thanks, yeah, good.
7.4.2.
So we had a request for a picture. So I'm going to pull up a picture on this particular one. And then if you guys want to go over it.
Right. So one of the questions was, why is this project expensive? It seems like it's expensive for paving. So there are two slides on this. So on this slide, you can see what was the original footprint around the old kitchen building of what was supposed to be paved. And you can see that it just barely surrounds the building and, you know, anywhere from 15 to 30 feet past the edges of the building. Then if you go to what we've now bid, we pulled that scope of work out of the original contract and got a $40,000 credit. And then we went back and we expanded. So you can see this gray area starting just behind the auditorium where the bike racks are, going completely around the kitchen, and then all the way out to the front of the school. So square footage wise, it's quite a bit added there. But there's also some removal of dirt and things like that to get the grades right, because that blue line is actually the path of travel that will be required by the DSA to be completed in order to sign off the project. So there's a lot more area. There's a lot of extra work there, more than just, you know, patching the pavement that was removed around the kitchen during the excavation.
And we actually went to Alan's point where the bike racks are in the lower right. We went all the way to where we finished the staff lot last year. So that'll tie in with the new asphalt all the way around the auditorium and then all the way up, obviously, to the entryway. So.
And that you said that path of travel to the left that goes out to the street, it looks like, or out to the parking lot.
Over the parking lot.
Required by DSA?
Yes.
Is that what I heard you say?
It's actually required on the gym project as well. They let us wait on this knowing the kitchen was already approved by DSA as well.
And
So,
this will take care of what's required for the gym project as well?
yes.
Correct.
You talked about the project mentions the future bus repaving. Does this tie into the new paving? No, it doesn't, where the basketballs are. There's going to be, where that tent used to be, is it kind of just?
That portion is still undone, as well as the actual parent and bus drop-off lane.
Yeah, that area looks awful.
Yeah, it's on the plan, but we can't touch the bus lane or the parent drop-off until the gym and the kitchen are signed off, due to the current layout is per DSA plan. Then we would need to change it with DSA, and it opens up another can of worms. So.
Plus,
And that paving in the bottom left looks really cracked.
Yeah.
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 It's not really a trip hazard. It's just cracks.
Yeah.
And that area between that and the basketball courts is about in that condition. But it's basically foot traffic and travel. It's not used for much. Right now it's getting used for construction parking. One of the reasons we didn't want to do this entrance back to the driveway from the front of the school all the way back was until we were either completed or very near complete with the construction, because with all the heavy equipment going in and out of that access, we didn't want to put new paving in and then have it destroyed. So
Right.
we're at that point now, and we feel safe that we can go in there and even in that same road, there's tree stumps that are still underneath some of that create big dips in the asphalt. We're going to get all that fixed.
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing the pictures. I appreciate it. Just in words, I'm not so good. I need visuals. I appreciate the visuals.
If we could look at that one picture one more time for just a subsequent explanation.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Yes. I was going to see if I could find it again. Hold on. Don't know if I can find it. Give me 1 second. For some reason, it has now disappeared.
Okay. Well, what I was going to say is that on the lower right portion of that, there is some concrete work that's adjacent to what's going to be the new paving, and the grade there was wrong for the ADA path of travel compliance going out to the classrooms. And so what you're going to see on one of the change orders for EJS is some regrading and new concrete. Yeah, there it is. So just cat a corner from if you look at the blue path of travel at the very bottom, there are 2 sidewalks that kind of go out there, right down in there. That's going from the dining hall out, and to those 2 sidewalks, there's new concrete that was not part of the original scope. So we'll talk about that as a change order later tonight.
Right.
But it kind of corrects that whole area for ADA purposes.
Right, it gets the grades right, and it because we had to remove a little bit more concrete than we originally planned in order to get the grades right for compliance.
And so that blue stripe there that says path of travel, is it actually different than the concrete Sorry, Tiffany.
Most of that concrete is flat, but there are areas, so your requirement on path of travel is that the forward, like if you're moving forward on it, it can't exceed 5% grade, and side to side, it cannot exceed 2% grade. So so there's a lot of, there's not very much steepness to those two restrictions. So we've got, we can do it, but it's not easy.
Okay. Are there other questions?
Not fun for a skateboard. That's a good thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Are there other questions from the board? Is there a motion to approve this paving contract?
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
Thank you, Michael and Thane. All in favor? Thane?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
And Shelley, aye. So that passes unanimously. And we move to 7.4.3. I'm taking these individually because I thought there were questions and pictures to go with them so we could help visualize. But if at some point we can take them in a bundle.
There are pictures on this, yes.
Yes, San Antonio, I knew I was having trouble visualizing as well.
Right. So what you're seeing there is a kiln in the bathroom, which obviously has to go. Basically, nothing about this bathroom is in compliance with ADA requirements. And so it's almost a total tear it down and redo. It even includes some new electrical, new stalls, new everything. And new sink. That sink style is outdated. Like I said, nothing about this is compatible with our requirements for ADA. And I love that floor there because it reminds me of my grandmother's bathroom, but it's got to go too.
So as part of the one of the Measure J items was ADA upgrades for Building A. This, as well as part of the parking lot scope, will accomplish those necessary ADA upgrades for Building A at San Antonio.
And so we will have new faucets in there and soap dispensers.
Everything will be new about that bathroom. Like Alan said, and the kiln will not be in there. But everything, pretty much everything is new.
All right.
And it'll be new, and yes, it'll be the touchless to go along with everything we've been doing.
Great.
I'll move to approve.
Thank you, Jane.
I'll second.
Thank you, Thane. All in favor? Thane?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Jane?
Yeah.
Aye.
And Shelley, aye. So the bathroom remodel is a go. Now we have the paving of the parking lot. This is what I was having more trouble visualizing.
So this one's been obviously on the books for quite some time.
Right.
And it's been it was with DSA for quite some time, of course. But this accomplishes the parking lot, a new bus drop off up on Grand, the ADA ramp at the main building, a proper entrance on Grand, which they're already have been for a number of years, of course, as well as additional parking, a proper drop-off lane, a sidewalk for safe access for the kids. This one ticks a lot of boxes. So here on the left is the current entrance from Grand that gets rutted out, and I know David and his team go out and try to repair once or twice a year after the rainy season, of course, after everything gets rutted out by the cars coming in. And then on the right, you can see closest to the fence is the current drop-off lane. On the left of those cones is the angled parking. But in the mornings, obviously, you've got parents parking, you got cars dropping off. There's no kids are cutting across. There's no real path. So it's kind of they've made it work for a number of years, obviously. And it works, but it's one of those things that's been on, like I said, on the list for quite some time.
Is it gonna have a fence the way Topa Topa does then? Separates the drop off from the,
It will not have a fence, but there'll be we're actually moving the whole basketball court on the right there about 12 feet to the right to create space for a sidewalk. So the kids will actually walk down parallel with that fence. They'll have a sidewalk all the way down.
and then show me back on the other one, the buses are no longer dropping off at the front at the library. It's on
Correct.
Grand.
Yeah, there's a right there. So the buses will drop off right there on Grand, and then they'll enter right where those dumpsters are, basically. And it's a dedicated path of travel as well. Obviously, our transportation team is very excited about that. So the buses and the cars, you know, keep them separate. They play nice, put them together. You can get dicey sometimes.
And how does it affect the baseball field at all?
Nope, it does not.
It's adjacent to the county road there, and so there's going to be a wide spot that's paved, and then there's going to be a concrete sidewalk with truncated domes that, you know, bring the kids right into the campus. It's going to really have a nice polished look to it when it's all done.
And if we go back to the first slide that had the drop-off lane and, sorry, the next one. This one, kind of where those containers are in the picture on the left, that's where there's a new trash enclosure going as well. So there'll be a dedicated trash enclosure for concrete pad for both dumpsters. That's, you know, not accessible to the public. That's one of the reasons they've been moved inside as well, obviously, into campus.
And what are those containers? Are those?
I believe they're storage that's the school is using, or
And probably some are like emergency supplies. So in every campus, we have emergency supplies. So first aid kits and earthquake stuff and things like that in storage.
Yeah.
So those will stay there, and in front of those will be the enclosed. Okay.
Correct. And so as we were talking about the ADA upgrades to Building A, on the plans, there's an ADA ramp. It kind of, in the picture on the left, it comes from those stairs on the left, it comes out towards that gate and then wraps around, does one of the U's and kind of ends at the other stairs on the right. So it's a approved ADA access to Building A. As you know, right now, there's no ADA access to this building. So
Right. It's basically a switchback design in order to keep the grades right.
Right. Okay.
keeps the grades right, and it limits the amount of space that was needed. We went over a few different ideas with the architects, and this was it was the best use for the space, and it affected the look of the building the least, I would say. So part of what I touched on earlier regarding playgrounds and shade and all of that is making sure that there's a proper path of travel on each campus. So this is coming from the back heading towards, I think it's room 3. I think that's room 3 or 4. It's the first kindergarten room right there. But this slope down and up right there is actually, like Alan said, is more than 5%. So part of this project, they take out some of this asphalt and they regrade it so that the slopes are ADA compliant. Otherwise, we're looking at putting in a curb and a handrail there, and then it's a prime path of travel for the kids on for the kinder area right there, as well as kids running back and forth. And we just didn't like the idea of putting in a curb with a handrail and watching kids run into it as they're not looking, running around.
This is also complicated by the drainage issue, because if you simply build up the dip there in order to accommodate the grades, then you end up with a lake on the left side of the where the dirt is. That would turn into a lake. So that's all been engineered into the design to be able to create that path of travel without affecting the drainage in a negative way.
Correct.
But will we keep the art stump?
Yes.
Yes.
I have gotten used to doing all these projects and not taking into concern the fact that kids were on campus. But there's a lot of construction with kids going back to school. So what does that look like?
We've talked to Robin over there, and obviously she's just excited that it's happening.
Right.
Of course, because again, it's been a while. So the plan is that there'll be a dedicated entrance. So either the bus lane gets done and then the parking lot, or vice versa. We'll work on the schedule with the contractor. So there'll be a dedicated entrance for parents even during construction. The hardest part will be this area, and we'll just have to kind of see how quickly they can get to this area, or kind of the timing of it. There's a good chance it could be done, Thanksgiving or Christmas break. I think there's a 60-day timeline in the contract. So we do have a couple breaks in there, obviously, weather permitting, of course. But we have discussed it with the contractor already and Robin that one of the entrances will be accessible at all times, obviously. We won't shut down the new bus area and the parking lot at the same time.
And the bathroom, I guess we'll just.
The bathroom, bathroom has a 30-day window, and they're ready to go, obviously, right away. And while it's in the front of the school, it is primarily used by the staff right now. So they are obviously prepared to work around that as well.
And there will be construction fencing around anywhere to keep kids out of things that we're actively tearing up and constructing.
Definitely.
It's just, it kind of occurs to me, I remember at Matilaha hearing the teachers go, oh my gosh, the noise.
Yeah.
And Zoom is hard enough when we're doing distance learning to have all that background noise.
Yeah.
But I'm excited for the project. It has been a long time coming.
Yeah, I had concerns about the price, but when you're talking about all this ADA stuff, I know how much that costs, so.
And the scope is definitely bigger from the ADA, as well as trying to just incorporate everything into this project. And frankly, we're adding new parking lot. It's a little easier if we just pulverize the asphalt and go and put in new stuff like we did in Matilaha. Here we're actually, so we have to, the portion from where the asphalt currently ends going towards Grand. We have to over excavate about 18 inches of dirt just to get down there and put in the base, and per the DSA requirements, of course. So it's a little more in depth, but it'll be really nice, that's for sure.
Yeah, and it's no small task to remove that basketball court and replace it. Move it 10 feet to the left or 15 feet to the left, whatever it is, and replace it, because that'll be all new as well.
Right, and yeah, good point, Alan. And to touch on the basketball court real quick, obviously there's that fence between the basketball court and the parking lot. When we put it back in, correct, in the picture on the right, that fence will stay, or it'll be moved over, but it'll be there. But on the interior of the campus, that basketball court is fully enclosed by the 12-foot chain link fence. So discussing it with Robin, we're not going to put it in on the other side of the interior of campus. So it'll be more of an open flow as well. And it won't feel like you're going into the confined basketball court. So
Well, it used to be, it's a tennis court originally. Right. That's what you needed all the fencing for.
And and the tennis court will still be there. We're going to replace it like for like, basically. We're just not going to put up the fence on the inside of campus so the kids have more of a free reign on and off the court. But actually, that was one of the questions that I think one of the staff asked, is the tennis court staying? And I said, yes, it is.
Are there other questions? If not, is there a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve.
Thank you, Thane.
I'll second.
Thank you, Michael. All in favor? Thane?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Shelley? Aye. So that passes unanimously, and we will see a lot of changes at San Antonio coming down.
Yeah, much needed.
Yes. So we are now at 7.4.5 and 7.4.6. Can we take those two together, or are there questions about those?
I'll move to approve.
I'll second both of them together.
Both of them together, thank you. All in favor, Thane?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And Shelley, aye. So those two change orders pass unanimously as well.
All right, thank you.
Thank you both for being here and for going out and taking pictures. I appreciate you having those.
No problem. Thank you for approving them.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
7.5.
By the way, with San Antonio, before we move on, I was thinking about the timing question, and I was thinking, you know, we've been saying that we thought that this would happen from basically like a year ago at Thanksgiving. Remember, we were saying we thought this project has grown in scope, and the DSA timeline on this has been really long. And so of course it's not ideal to be starting it right now, but since we've been waiting kind of for a year and we couldn't control when DSA approved it, that's what pushed it from the summer, when we would have ideally done it, or even right now to right when we're bringing kids back to school. So I just wanted to share a little bit of context about the timeline for folks who may be watching saying like, why are you doing it now when kids are coming back on campus? And it's because we couldn't control some pieces of that timeline.
Thank you. 7.5.1, the MOU between Valley Oak Charter and Ojai Unified. And welcome, Laura.
Thank you, Shelley.
Back.
So the MOU, so we renewed the charter, the Valley Oak Charter, in their 5-year renewal a few months ago, and we have been working on negotiating the MOU. I'm glad to bring back to you a version that we have been working on with many changes in terms of just updating it with legal requirements and so forth. I did not receive any questions on this, but if you have any questions for myself or for Laura, we would be happy to answer them.
Could we maybe just for the public who might have been watching the last couple kind of voice what the final decision was on the special education piece of it?
So Laura has hired a special education, Laura's hired a special education teacher, right, who is able to provide full services to students. And we are maintaining the agreement that we've had in the past, where the money passes through, that option A, if you remember, where the money passes through to Valley Oak and they provide their own services. So we just were not able to accommodate any extra services in the district at this time.
I just want to thank you, Laura and Tiffany, for working through, these complicated issues and coming to a place where we can move forward together. I'm happy that we're here tonight.
Thank you, Thane.
I'll move to approve if we don't have any more to say.
I was just going to say, I totally agree with you, Thane. I very much appreciate all of the hard work on both sides that went into this, and that we are able to come to an agreement tonight. So thank you very much for that. And thank you, Thane, for the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Jane. All in favor? Thane?
Aye.
Michael?
Happily, aye.
Jane?
Aye.
And Shelley, aye. So that passes unanimously. And Laura, thank you so much for being here and waiting in this long meeting to have the
I do have to say your meetings are very thorough, Shelley. Thank you. Can I just take a minute? First of all, thank you, board, for your support. We appreciate that. I came in early when Jim was talking about the partnership that you have with Rock Tree Sky. And I just want to say that our community is so excited that Ojai is showing this level of support for the kind of authentic, progressive education that we as a homeschooling community have been trying to provide to the community at large since 2002. It's really nice to see, because I know it's hard to make those kind of changes and to look at the different ways that we're approaching things in education and not think, oh my gosh, what does this all mean? And I think it's really a credit to the board members and to the district leadership that you are moving in that direction and being supportive of these alternatives in progressive education. I remember talking to Jim and I taught at Matilla together, and when he was teaching at Oak Grove, he talked to me about this idea of potentially starting what at that time he talked about as a charter school. And we had a number of discussions about it. And it is so much fun for me to see how far he has taken this. It really is an amazing thing. And more options is good. I'm really excited. Thank you all for your support of our charter and for now supporting this other option for Ojai families.
Thank you, Laura. We are now at the first reading of the CSBA governing board policies.
Before we get into specific, I'm wondering, there's a couple of sections that say suggest deletions, and I'm wondering, was that a suggestion from the CSBA or from John?
From CSBA.
And then the ones that say deleted, moved, key concept moved, have we already voted or adopted the key concepts in the new areas, or that's something to do still?
I believe that we have.
It felt like we had, but
yeah, I believe that we have.
Okay.
I also have a public comment on this. Philip Bagley says, I'm confused by the justification for removing board policy 4090. Why does it matter when the policy was created? I think it is very important to keep the policy regarding sexual molestation and abuse prevention. And I would say, I agree, it's just been incorporated into other CSBA policies. So in general, this was a district created policy that we have incorporated elsewhere and that no longer actually reflects our practice. We have new updated volunteer policies and practices and a different policy. And I don't have the number right in front of me where this has been incorporated. So it's not that we're deleting the sexual abuse and molestation policy. It's just we're replacing the district policy with the CSBA one.
Thank you. That was my question too, as to whether or not we had actually done the incorporation.
Are there specific policies that there are questions or changes wanting to be made?
I just have a few, but sort of along the same lines, page 54. Does anybody have anything before that?
If you give me just a moment, Jane, I will pull this up and we can follow along on the screen. I lost it when I lost my presentation earlier. So give me one moment and I will make sure we can all be on the same page.
My one that came before that was essentially the same as Philip Bagley's, was about the molestation. And I thought it was really odd wording that we were going to encourage people not to do that, as if people need to be encouraged to not, like it.
Yeah, the wording on that, and to the point of our student earlier in the Student Advisory Council, we do have annual training for teachers on, they are required to do, is it annual or every other year, Cheryl, on mandated reporter training?
There's a few mandated reporters every year.
Yeah, it's every year. So we do that for teachers every single year. They're required to do that. And so
I don't know specifically that it needs to be on the screen, just because it's about duties of personnel, and it says CSBA deleted this in 1992 and deemed it unnecessary. It doesn't bother me. So I don't know, Thane, you tend to don't have things if we don't need them, or is it don't delete them if we, it's just saying all employees shall fulfill the duties and responsibilities set forth in their job descriptions and shall comply with board policies, administrative regulations, applicable employment agreement, and local and state federal laws. I don't know why we would remove it. Page 54.
Unfortunately, oh, there we go.
And actually, it seems page 65 has the exact same wording.
If I could mention on that page 54, you see where it says CF, that means cross-referencing. So all of those policies listed there have similar provisions.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Jane, what was the other page?
I have 62. It's the same thing. It's, and now I see all the cross-referencing, so never mind.
Yeah, it looks like they just all have been incorporated elsewhere and are redundant.
Which is part of the when you create a local district policy that's not cross-referenced and then all of those cross-references change, it's harder to track that. Not that we can't do that, but that's part of why we generally either modify the CSBA policy instead of creating our own standalone policy with its own number that's not part of that whole cross-reference system.
That makes sense.
And my last question was page 67. It says in green, it says retitle student wellness and update to current recommendations. So but I don't see any changes in it. So I'm wondering, should
This
we?
might be one that we would bring back.
Right, for
recommendations.
I was just wondering where the current recommendations are, so.
We'll bring this one back with those highlighted.
If I can, this one also is one where they were just changing the title because we just approved this recently with, I believe it was last July. It was one of the first policies that Tiffany brought to you last July. So it already has been updated. We just need to correct the title.
Okay.
So there's not really a need to bring it back. It's just a title correction.
Correct.
Unless you want to see what the update, yeah.
Which we looked at recently though.
Right.
Yeah.
And then I also had a question that goes back to the retired consultancies. Is that like an annuitant? Retired, yeah, okay.
Right.
And the reason that we're deleting these is because PEPRA and all kinds of other things have already written all the law about this.
Right, yes. And with the recent independent contractor laws, those kinds of things, there's, right.
Thank you, Kevin.
So, we'll see what that looks like in a month, but we really don't hire consultants anymore on a contract. They have to be employees.
Yeah, okay.
Are there any other questions or are we ready to approve?
I was just going to say, do we need a second reading or it doesn't, oh, yes, it's potential action. So I'll move to approve the change.
The only reason would be for Kevin.
We lost you, Thane. Can you say that again?
I'm sorry. I think the only reason for a second reading would be if Kevin has any comments.
Did he have any questions, Tiffany?
I did not receive any questions about this item. And I sent these, if you remember, out in advance of the board.
Right.
So that you would have time to read through them adequately.
So Jane, is your motion to
approve and not return for a second reading?
I'll second that.
All right, Thane seconded. All in favor, Thane? Thane? All in favor? Thane? Can you hear me?
I've been going in and out. I can hear you now. Aye, if there's a vote.
Yes, thank you. Jane?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And Shelley, aye. So those are passed and we won't be hearing those for a second hearing.
That would have been embarrassing if there wasn't a vote.
It was perfect timing, Thane. You were right on. 7.5.3 Miners Oaks Library Partnership MOU. And I think we may have a public comment.
We do have a public comment on this, which I have to switch to, if you give me one moment. That's the one I just read. That is the other one I just read. Sorry, when they come in during the meeting, it's a little bit harder to track them. but so this is from Philip Bagley. I'm in favor of the public library partnership at Miners Oaks Elementary in general. However, I do have concerns regarding the unknown nature of the costs associated with the project. The district is obligated itself to paying at least 50% of the renovation costs, more if the district terminates within 10 years. And the list of required renovations listed is quite extensive: space planning, site designs, removal, addition of walls, fixed lighting, paint, restroom facilities, fencing, roof, electrical, plumbing, heating, ventilation, HVAC, and related cabling technologies. Is there an estimate of these costs? Where will these funds come from? Also, moving forward with this project would appear to be a significant investment and seem to ensure that the school site will not be closed at any time. And I would remind you that at the last board meeting, we actually had a presentation and we went over the estimated costs, which we were in the $500,000 or range total, 250,000 range. Of course, just estimates. We haven't gotten, full bids yet, but so half of that for us from Measure J, with some line item savings from the flooring at the elementary schools. And so I will go into the MOU in just a moment. I also wanted to preface by sharing just some very rough draft drawings that we came up with, or I had nothing to do with these. Adam and Alan had worked on these. And do you want to say anything about these, Adam?
Yeah, just that they are obviously some rough drawings, just conceptual. We've been kind of going back and forth with a few things. The fence on the right in the first slide will probably move back towards the other corner further back. The bike barn on the left would still probably need to remain enclosed as a whole. But overall, it's exciting. It looks great. If we go up to, can we go up to the top slide again real quick? If you look through the main entrance and you see the tall white fences kind of in the back, right over the lady's head, yeah, those actually slide. So the idea is that could separate obviously the public portion from the school portion during school hours, and they could slide open during weekends or after hours. The gate at the front as well is something that can be closed off to secure the campus in the evening.
Adam, can you go back to those fences? Is that like chain link fences that move, or what is that?
Yeah, so they're like 12-foot fences, and a portion of them right where Tiffany's cursor is would actually open and close. And they're chain link, but they're like vinyl wrapped essentially, or they're the plastic wrap, kind of like the green ones, but they show them in white here. So just again, something that we were throwing around, because the idea is obviously there's an indoor outdoor function to both these spaces. And so it'd be nice to still be able to close it off, but then use the whole outdoor space after hours or weekends or whatnot. So that's kind of the entry. Looks exciting. Here's the public side, the portion. You can see just to the left, right where her cursor is the new storefront entry doors. And to the right are floor to ceiling bifold doors that actually, they swing open, and they're used for more of an indoor outdoor flow as well. You can see the new lighting, ceiling, obviously all of that. So, and then that right where Tiffany's cursor is the new door that would be like the pass through to close off the OUSD or the campus portion during business hour or during school day, I should say.
You've got the keto flu.
So, and then the next slide is the OUSD side, obviously. Again, same doors, same bifold doors on the left side where the kid is walking in right there. So again, indoor outdoor space, and then obviously the library, fun, exciting. Tiffany's talked about designing for joy. So we have the bright elementary colors in there. I think the flooring is probably the wrong color. We probably stick to the elementary standard that we've done, but still, again, just some conceptual drawings. So,
which we have not shared with the library yet. We were just playing around.
And
It-
obviously
it's a
some of this looks pretty expensive, those bifold doors. That's pretty expensive.
That's exactly where I was going, Jane. Like, are we sure about that estimate?
Yeah, so some of that'll play into it, and obviously, this was just like, hey, this is what the space could really look like. And we did tell them we kind of wanted an indoor-outdoor feel though as well, kind of like the dining hall, frankly, where you have the roll-up doors. You know, our weather's so nice here, it's silly not to use the indoor-outdoor space. So.
Your tax dollars at work, and they put signs.
Jane, we can hear you. Oh, there you go. I did that. Oh, thanks.
So yeah, that's it. Just wanted to share some of those renderings.
And so with that, if I do have, let me pause. We do have 2 updates for you to consider in the MOU. I didn't receive questions in advance, so I didn't ask Nancy from the library to join us on this item, but I wanted to, she and I have been working on this. The next step, if you approve this, is for it to go to the Board of Supervisors, but there were 2 things that we needed to edit on this. So let me pull those up so that you can see them. They're minor changes. So if you were to motion to approve this, you would include the changes. So the first is that the library has added in this not to exceed $1 million, which is like, we, definitely will not be exceeding $1 million, but they felt they wanted to have a cap in there. So everything else is the same with that cap. And then I did actually get a question about this, and it was about this piece that said when students are present that the school district shall provide adequate staff for supervision. And we just wanted to remove that so it's clear that we're not paying for staff for supervision. This was in there for the library because sometimes they have students after school, and those students require some supervision and management. And so it's not that we would have to hire staff to be there. It's that we would have, the principal or whoever's on campus during that transition time when students are after school going into the library, that if we had unruly students, we would go get our staff and say, hey, we need to remove this student, that kind of thing. The rest of the time, the library staff after school provide supervision, but sometimes in that transition. So we would be okay with removing the red portion here. I just couldn't do strike through in PDF.
Anyone else interested in changing that $1 million to less? I mean, I really don't want to spend $500,000 on this project.
That was language that came from the county.
The library, yeah.
Yeah, there was prior no cap, so I think they were being, they were just putting that out there, but we could definitely.
I can't imagine that we are going to want to spend more than they, our cap is going to be a lot lower. I agree, Jane, than what they're capping at.
Right, but what I'm saying, well, I guess we'll be agreeing on the design. Right. So if it's something that's 800,000 and we don't want to spend that much, we say, no, that's too much.
Right. I didn't ask this earlier, but I'm curious if in regards to the library not being obligated to purchase or pay for any special curriculum related books and materials. Well, I don't really have a burning question about it, but I'm thinking about AR books and what exactly curriculum books are.
Yeah, we can certainly talk about that later. I think the intention is, they're not buying our science books for us.
Right.
AR books, which are novels that are just leveled for our students to read. Their AR books aren't special books, they're just books. Right?
And, the library system regularly looks at the AR books and makes sure that there are a plethora of them. So I don't think that's going to be.
I would say probably like I don't know if I could quantify it, but like 80% of any book, novel kind of book that's going to be in a library falls into AR and has a grade level equivalent AR, which is what matters for AR, and a test in AR to go with it. So the vast majority of whatever you would get in a public library, I would say falls into AR automatically.
Right.
By the way, AR is accelerated reader for those of you.
And I have had teachers who have said, oh, it's not on the AR list, write me a test instead of taking one and I'll give you credit. So there are workarounds too.
I'll move to approve the MOU.
I'll second.
Thank you, Jane and Thane. All in favor? Thane?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Shelley? Aye. So that passes unanimously. And I'm excited, I have to say. I'm really excited about this partnership. I'm looking forward to having this opportunity for the students at Miners Oaks.
To clarify the motion, Jane, you approve the MOU with the recommended changes,
With
correct?
the changes, yes, sorry.
I just want to make sure that's reflected in the minutes.
7.5.4, we're pushing through to the board goals. We're almost there, guys. I thought this was going to be a short meeting.
Me too. I was like, I'm tired. We've been going for 5 hours already.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I should have probably eaten a little bit more at lunchtime.
Gummy bears.
Oh, does that work?
Actually, just kidding. I don't have any left.
I have some Altoids I might be dipping into.
So I just wanted to show, this is a graphic that I've been using in presentations for district in Rotary or other. So these are your goals that are now in this graphic, which I assume we would actually print and make into little cards that we might have available if people wanted to pick them up. So your student achievement, innovation, equity, and then fiscal health down here at the bottom, which is an added one. This doesn't have every measurable goal and objective, but if to the layperson who is wondering what are the board goals or what is our strategic plan for the year, this would give kind of a nice overview. And so going to the specific goals, there they are. We have now filled in all of them, and I didn't receive any questions or comments. I would just share for the fiscal health. I just added fiscal health as a category, and I didn't make measurable objectives because this year the fiscal picture for the future is very uncertain. And so since these are tied to my evaluation, I feel like it would potentially not be fair to say that I'm going to do X, Y, and Z with regards to fiscal health when I can't control that and don't even have a starting place. In a regular year, you might know what your goals are and what's going to happen the next year, because generally our fiscal cycle follows some certain rules, and now we don't know what the rules are going to be next year. So I think when we have that, we could establish some specific measurable objectives and annual goals next year. I would just suffice it to say that fiscal health is important to me, and is obviously one of the primary functions of the school board. And so that's something that we'll continue to talk about on a regular basis, but we will have to work out what those goals look like, I think.
And I'll just add on to that while it's not a fleshed out goal on here, it is something we have been working towards and have made strides and accomplishments in doubling our reserves in the last year. I think we've demonstrated that is a real important focus for us, but having measurable goals without knowing where the state is difficult.
Well, and also talking about, this was before your time, Tiffany, but making a decision and showing our staff that one of our fiscal goals is to have them as something we don't just say, oh, and anything we have left over, we're going to pay people with. right? That we said that this is our value system is our employees, and we're trying to build our budget based on our values. So I think
Absolutely.
you know, although this says board goals, they were really fleshed out and created by you, Tiffany, and I really appreciate that work. And it's pretty phenomenal. It's innovative the way you've been innovating a lot of things for us this year, and it pushes our boundaries. And I think that's exciting. I don't want it to be, oh, these are easy to obtain, you know, no problem. We, you know, hopefully we set goals that are high and lofty, and sometimes we won't reach them, but that's just as important as not, you know, I think it's important to have some that we don't reach. That's okay by me.
Good news. That seems likely. We also had a public comment on these board goals, and I apparently have to stop sharing my screen so that I can find that public comment now. And it is essentially about how the board will engage with these board goals. And I would say now that we have this in place, we can set the calendar so that we are giving regular staff reports. So you would notice that, you know, the bringing schools in to give the school spotlight is related to being able to provide measurable objectives and reports. So there's a lot of reports to the board that are in these measurable objectives. And that is one way in which you will be engaging in these. And then obviously the other way is through my annual evaluation.
And I would also say that through the agenda setting that we do and how these agenda items relate to our board goals, and making sure that we're consistently doing the work that brings about these goals.
So the comment is from Liz Fish, and it says, how will the board support and forward these goals? I like to think of this as really being a strategic plan for the district that's in place, right? So this is where we're going, and these are the things that we're focusing on. And, you know, we can do anything we want, but we can't do everything. And so these are the things that we are going to do in these areas. And so I appreciate it as a leadership team, having guidance and clarity about where we're going and what we're trying to accomplish. So my goal is to, now that we have these, one, make a beautiful document that is on our website, of course, and then two, to, you know, really map out what does this look like, and what are we doing monthly, and when are our check-ins, and all of those kinds of things, and then to share that with you as well.
And I would also say, you know, for so long in this district, decades even, it's been, we don't have the money, we can't. And I am really happy to see us finally saying publicly, these are the things we can do, and we will do, and we are going to do, and are working on. So changing that narrative, I think, is really important.
Yeah, I think I want to echo what Shelley says. This is, you know, reflective of our values. We've been asking for a long time for a roadmap for improvement and innovation, and a long time we're hearing, well, that'll be hard. So thank you for doing the hard work. I did have one question, because, you know, there's always one. Under the equity, which I really like, I'm just curious, is there any sense of prioritization in the order that they're listed? And the only reason I ask that is because the number 5, the equity review, seems very, very cool. I really like that idea. And it seems like that would be number 1, as, you know, our trying to figure out what we need to do next.
Great. Now it is.
But I really think it's great. I again, thank you for this work.
The exciting thing is that our PLC work actually ties into the equity and opportunity gaps. Our PLC work is a lot of this. Dr. Anthony Mohammed, who I know is one of my favorites, one of Cheryl's favorites, we all love him, has these kind of collaborative frameworks where you're doing this kind of analysis. And so I'm excited because this seems disconnected from the PLC work, but we know that it is part of the PLC work, and it's the training that our teachers are doing right now. Is we're already making steps towards doing this, so it's not disconnected. It's part of our work.
So are there any other questions or comments, or are we ready to approve the board goals?
I was just gonna say, so we want to adopt them.
Yeah.
Is that correct? So I'll move to adopt them as our goals for the 2021 school year.
Thank you, Jane.
I'll second.
Thank you, Thane. All in favor, Thane?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
And Shelley, aye. We enthusiastically and unanimously approve the board goals. Discussion of returning to in-person board meetings.
Okay, I'm just going to share.
We're all
mine.
excited for this discussion.
So, your initial thoughts are, of course, we should to return because students and teachers are returning, but they're also returning to classrooms with masks. And so I just can't imagine how we would have all of us in masks, how that would project for our sound system, for those who are watching on the TV. Also, our boardroom is very small, has a very low ceiling. And so I don't feel that it's conducive to a public forum at this point.
And I would also say that when we left the boardroom, we still don't have the infrastructure to live stream. And I think leaving the live streaming would be detrimental as well. I'd like to see us, have that set up ready for when we go back. I don't think that the public is going to be real keen on us suddenly not being there live streamed.
Yeah, quite frankly, this way, I think the public actually sees and hears us better than they do when we're little teeny heads on a screen.
Mhm.
But I would agree with Jane. I don't think there's any rush. We'd have to control who gets to come in. There wouldn't be that many people in that very small room if we maintain distancing and masking. I'm just not sure what the point would be at this point.
I think it would be really hard for people to hear us if we were masked and on our crummy microphones that we currently have. So I would agree.
The one thing I'd like to have David maybe look into, if we remain this way, is a way for the public to be more of a part of these rather than Tiffany and Shelley having to read the public comments. I don't know. Actually I've heard both sides. Like one person said, well, I don't want my comment read out loud. I just want to send it in and have you guys read it. And then I've had people say, well, I'd like to read it myself, or I'd like to speak myself. So there are two sides, of course, and the one in the middle who I guess doesn't mind us just reading them out. But if there's a way we can discuss after David does some research on how are other boards, or how are they handling public comments, I'd like to.
I would share, David and I talked about this today, and it would be really difficult to do. It's possible if you direct us to do it, we can allocate time and resources to figuring it out. In our initial thinking about it, it's hard to, so one of the issues is that we want to maintain Zoom security, right? And school boards have been Zoom bombed, and that generally is, we would like to avoid that. And so we're really careful with our public link. Also in terms of, so when people come in, we make sure that they are who they say they are. And so trying to do that in live real time and then get the link to people who are submitting. So, we had probably 5 or 6 comments that were submitted today during the meeting. So trying to manage getting you the link, checking your identity, getting you in. And then because items on the agenda aren't time certain, it would be hard. We would have to maybe keep people in the waiting room until their item was on, but when they're in the waiting room, they can't see what's happening in the meeting. So if this is important for us to spend a lot of time on, we can do that. I would just say it will take us quite a bit of effort to try and figure out how to do that. And I don't know that it will be easy for our public speakers. I think it would be hard on them and require, it's not like you just walk into the meeting and say your thing and leave, right?
And it also, we have families who Zoom is not easy for, the technology. I suppose that everybody's getting up to speed on it now, but I wonder about access for families to email versus to Zooming in. And my understanding is that there's an upgraded version of Zoom that we would have to purchase or have a subscription to. Is that correct, to do some of this stuff?
There could be some additional features that we would have to purchase depending on how we wanted to go about doing it. So when we were doing back to school nights or our open houses, we were trying to figure out the best way, because of course we had people coming in and we were worried about Zoom bombing at that time. And so we ended up purchasing a different feature that we turned off after that meeting, but it was not inexpensive.
Going back to the bigger question, I would be okay meeting together with this group that's on the call right now. But I think it'd be a real problem to invite the public in without testing, without any kind of protections. And then I'm wondering,
We lost you, Thane.
I'm wondering what Thane's wondering.
He's gonna keep us in suspense.
I know, I don't know where I left
We lost
off.
you at, I'm wondering.
Oh, I'm wondering what the point would be of meeting in person if the public.
Thane, let me know if you need a hotspot.
Did I get through there? I'm wondering what the point of meeting in person is if the public's not there.
Right. So it sounds like there's a consensus to continue with Zoom meetings. It's just the how at this point. How to incorporate the public if there is a possibility. Do you know, Tiffany, if other districts in the county have come up with unique ways, or are they all reading comments in?
I think it's varied. I think for the most part, most districts are reading public comments or collecting them and not reading them, but collecting them rather than having in person. Depends on the platform and the platform capacity, right? So we use Zoom. Oxnard Union, I think, uses Google Meets, which is a little bit different, but.
I know some of the districts that, like even in the community colleges where they're grappling with this, the meetings are done in a webinar format,
right,
which I don't like because you can't see anybody. But it gives them more control. You're still going to hang around until we get to you. And so that seems a little inconvenient, but I'm just wondering if there might be, for instance, a way that people could call in or something a little bit lower tech.
We talked a little bit about that. Also, the webinar feature is the part that's very expensive.
Yeah.
We looked into that.
Naturally.
So the reason we don't do webinars. Yeah, I mean, if it's worth it, I worry about our capacity to deal with in the moment tech issues, right? And that taking away from running the board meeting, right? And the live stream and those kinds of things. As it is, I run our tech, but this part of it, David runs the live stream part of it. So potentially I worry about how to manage that while we're live in the meeting. And, I can imagine like we're waiting for you and you're not there. And then we have to go back to you. And, you can see it even with our volunteers, right? That a couple of times we've been off because they can't get in. And that's highly scripted. And we send that to them in advance of the meeting.
Well, I will say this. I mean, I think the more we can do to make it easy for people to interact, the better. But it doesn't change my opinion on this agenda item.
Yeah, I'm kind of hit the wall. So I think if we've decided not to meet in person, maybe we can just do some thinking on the other piece.
And my feeling is, I understand that there are a few who are interested in saying their own piece. But it's not as if their voices aren't heard. We are hearing from all people who are submitting comments. And so I'm not sure how much value. I really would like to see people again. I can't wait for that day. But as far as the effort to reward ratio, my son is all about effort to reward ratio. How much effort and the value that it's going to bring in public voices, since we are hearing from everybody currently. So my inclination would be to continue the way we are doing it. But unless somebody has some brilliant low-tech way of inexpensively handling it.
We'll keep looking at it. And if we can find something that has the value ratio that you're talking about, we'd certainly like to incorporate that. I think for me, the big win has been that we have so much more access now that we're live streamed on 2 platforms. We can see that hundreds of people watch the meeting. I have staff members who email me immediately after the board meeting to say, I saw this, or the next day I was watching it and I saw that. And so even though, we maybe have less than 100 people watching live, we have hundreds of people generally who watch it through the next week. So right. I think our access and transparency is greatly improved from where it was 6 months ago.
Yeah, and to give credit where credit's due, the idea of an easy way to get email to us and public comments has generated a lot more comments. I do want to track back to something Jane said a little earlier, though, that when you send us 50 questions, you're going to be frustrated because that's not what public comments are. So, be advised.
I'm glad you said that, and I won't belabor it because I know it's late and we're all very tired, but it is something that I think we may want to discuss in the future is the appropriate response to the questions that really should be going to principals or superintendent to answer rather than board.
Not that I don't, I appreciate the questions and
Absolutely.
I want to hear from our public, but what I was trying to express was my frustration and feeling like I'm leaving them hanging. And whereas if they directed it to the right place, they wouldn't be left hanging.
Right.
Yeah, it's going to get directed there anyway, right? Because those are the staff has the answers, not us. So,
right.
Yeah.
But I'll also agree with you. I think we have gotten a lot more comments, and that interaction with the public is important. 7.5.6 board member reports. Are there any reports out there? No. Future agenda items. I have just one thought that I've been meaning to bring up, and that is to maybe look at making sure that all of our senior history classes have the opportunity to register to vote on campus. And I know the League of Women Voters comes on campus, but having it as not a requirement, but an opportunity in all the history classes would be something I'd like to explore the idea of. Are there any other future agenda items? If not, I'm happy to say that our short meeting that we short is finally over. Meeting adjourned.
Staff reports from the board goals.
Oh, it seems like we just sat down.
We've only been here since 4. All right, good night.